Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I know you guys are saying, wait a minute. It's not Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but I missed you guys. So I wanted to come back, and I'm in a fun mood. So we're just gonna have some fun. Real quick, I want to give a shout out to the sponsor of the stream, mysixshirt.com. Got a bunch of great designs. Whatever your persuasion, they will have it. And of course, it is the only place to get not only the official Indian Jesus shirt here, but we've got the second Jesus was an ass man right there, only available at mysixshirt.com. Before we begin, I want to give a shout out to the replay gang. I'm sure a bunch of you who are usually here on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday might be part of the replay gang for once, because it's not Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I always will keep the Monday, Wednesday, Friday unless I let you know something changes with that. But sometimes I'm just going to hop on here and start talking as well. So to make sure that you are always part of the party and not just watching what happened, make sure you hit that subscribe bell. That's the second day I did that in a row. Hit the subscribe button, ring the bell. You'll be here. You know how it goes. So without further ado, today we are going to be looking at some double standards between men and women. A very common place to get some content. Really, it's they're back in maybe like the early 2010s. This on the street type of content was huge. It was everywhere, and then it kind of just died out. But it seems that it's making a resurgence. And especially with all the changes in the modern dating landscape, those changes are very much reflected in the videos. So as you guys know, StreamYard can suck. If there is no volume, please just let me know. But let's get into it. All right.
Sex.
Hold on. Struggle streaming. All right. Take two.
Is it easier for a man or a woman to acquire sex?
No, I think it's
How do you even have to think about that?
kind of equal.
You think it's equal?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this. What is the longest that a man's ever made you wait for sex?
Yes.
Okay, so
I
then...
can make them wait.
Right, so women typically make men wait, so isn't it safe to conclude that it's easier for women to, control the sex,
We control it, yeah.
Right. In other words, women sleep with who they want, men sleep with who they can, right?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, if it's harder for a man to get sex, should women be surprised that guys have lower standards for sex than women?
It's amazing how they've never even thought about this before. Never even thought about what getting sex could be like when you can't just snap your fingers and get it.
But biologically, men need it.
Okay.
Goddamn right.
Who is more likely to influence the behavior of the opposite sex, men or women?
Men.
Are you more likely to see women going to men's night or men going to ladies' night?
Men's going to ladies, for sure.
Are you more likely to see women going to men's night or men going to ladies' night?
Women going to man's night.
Man going to ladies' night.
Oh.
Well, wouldn't that prove that
Oh my God. This one in the black is just in outer space.
women are more likely to influence men's behavior?
No, women going to man's night. That sticks to my first question.
Women typically, do they even have men's night?
Actually, they would never invite you to their man's night.
Does the fact that
So I think she kind of means like a night with the boys, like poker night or something like that. But that's obviously not what he's talking about. He's talking about at a club. If the club were to say, "Oh, men get in for free, ladies, you got to pay," obviously that would never happen. That is not a thing.
ladies' nights exist prove that if you control the women, you also control the men?
Yup.
Yep.
Okay, so
Very true.
Okay, so women influence men's behavior. Do women line up to go to clubs full of men?
No.
No, men line up to go to clubs full of women, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then doesn't that prove that if you control the women, you also control the men. You get them to show up and buy drinks and spend money.
Yeah.
So women are more likely to influence the behavior of men, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess in that industry.
Okay. Women often want to fix or change men's behavior. Do you think it's possible to change men's behavior without first changing women's?
No.
We just established the premise that women influence men's behavior, right?
Yes.
I'm actually gonna. They actually talk relatively normally, so let's keep it normal speed.
So I guess.
So is it true that men are assholes because women date assholes?
Yeah.
So do women-
Let's back that up in case you missed it. That they are talking
we just
about
established.
the that they're choosing, but then it's still men's fault. It's always men's fault. Who we got? Hey, we got Trey in the building. Welcome, brother. How you doing?
The premise that women influence men's behavior, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess.
So is it true that men are assholes because women date assholes?
Yeah.
So do women have the
For
right?
sure.
Do women have the right to complain about men being assholes when they're enabling that behavior?
Yes.
No.
When
I
you-
don't.
So at least this one, I don't even think she was thinking about it, but she was right in the sense that no, you don't have the right to bitch about what exactly you ask for. This is precisely the market that you've created. She just wants, she's like most women. She just wants to be able to do whatever she wants, have no accountability, no repercussions, and be able to get the greatest guy in the world. I mean, sure, I don't blame you for wanting it, but she thinks she can actually get it.
Wait,
think
why
so.
do you say why?
Because if you're enabling it, then it's stupid.
There
You're
you
just
go.
bringing on more problems, more
Yes,
shitty men.
Okay.
queen.
Is it easier for a man or woman to acquire sex?
Acquire. What do you mean?
Is it easier for a man or woman to get sex?
It's easier for a woman, yeah.
Since it's harder for men, should women be surprised that guys have lower standards for sex than women?
No.
Do women have the privilege of being more picky because they have more options?
Yeah.
Who regulates the sex in a relationship, the man or the woman?
The woman.
Right. What's the longest a man's ever made you wait?
I don't wait for shit.
So in order
I mean, the funny part about that is that she's just, when you just answer the questions straightforwardly, it's not all that amazing. The only reason this is content that people enjoy is because the women are trying to squirm around and make their answer sound like something it's not. That girl was pretty honest and didn't make her look great. But if she just did that, then the attention on her specifically and what she is doing in the bedroom would go away. We've already forgot what she looks like. I mean, not really, but you know what I mean.
to change men's behavior, don't you first have to change women's behavior?
We tried to with what's it called? When the guys dress up naked with a little thing on their thing. What's it called? When they put on a show and it's a guy.
It's called a stripper.
Chippendales. Exactly. That's what we tried to do.
Isn't it true that men are assholes because women date assholes?
Kind of actually, because girls like dicks, which is like physical and also mental. They like.
Well, I mean, women like dick, but they also like dicks.
But they like kind of the dicks guys.
Oh, dick attitude, not dick body part.
Exactly. They
Well,
like-
they
like dick, but they also like dick.
guys
like
who don't
both.
care about them.
Shit faced.
Isn't it true that men are assholes because women date assholes?
Yes.
So women influence men's behavior. Do they have the right to complain about the way men behave?
No.
That's not true at all.
But I mean,
Oh, Jesus. Here we go. All right. I can already see the look on her face with the eyebrows. She's going to be a whole lot of something.
if women influence men's behavior, I mean, if guys are nice guys, they get friend zoned. So doesn't that explain why guys are assholes or bad boys? Because that's what women respond to.
Not necessarily. I think to each his own. I think women who look for bad boys, they're just bad on their own. And I mean,
Fair enough.
I don't know. That's a tricky question because
All
it's
right. Here I'm calling it. I'm calling it. This one.
Vice versa, I feel like it kind of feeds off each
You
other.
look
The
like- you
stigma
look
about
for what
men
you
and
want,
women.
really.
It feeds off of each other.
you look for what you
And they-
want.
It's just like kind of like a vibe, and just like whatever is like totally the thing is like what it is.
influence
Yeah.
each other. Men are supposed to
And
have
then if
this
you
certain
complain about a bad
perspective.
boy or a bad girl, then it's your fault because that's what you're looking for in the beginning.
Why do women often choose to make lists of what they want in a relationship rather than what they bring to the table?
Because they don't bring shit. That's not even true. Most of the time, The problem is that they're not aware of what it is that they can bring. You've seen women being, especially in a work environment, you'll see, put a woman in a customer service environment. She will do great at that job for the most part. I mean, it's not that hard, but I'm just saying, they don't realize that that's the basic shit that we're looking for as men in relationships. We just want peace. I want you to help me out. I'm going to take care of everything. Just help me keep it running smoothly.
It's a hard one. It's just like one in that car that has the fast power, the horsepower, tinted windows, the top down. But you go in and your credit gets you the Kia Rio, you know? So you make that list to hopefully aim it.
Kia Rio's a damn good car.
Facts, yo.
Rio.
That's exactly what I was thinking. And the fact that she said that because her dude drives a Kia, the disrespect, the level of disrespect that's just accepted from women, not even just men in general. This is her man. She's dating him. And she could have said any other car. She could have said a Camry. She could have said a Corolla. She could have said anything. But she picked the car that her man has because she knew that would cut deep for him.
06, 180,000 miles for the record. Still running.
Get you some, bro. Get you some.
Why do women often attack a man's masculinity when they don't get what they want?
Because they want to be little then.
Why is sex typically the first thing that's withheld when women don't get what they want?
Because that's what it's all about.
What does that say about what women actually contribute to a relationship?
It depends on the women.
Isn't that the same thing as using sex as a weapon against men?
Yes.
Why do women often
here
attack
we
a man's masculinity when they don't get what they want?
Because we don't have anything else to say.
I don't think I do that, but
You just made fun of his car. You just made fun of his car in the last question.
I'm not saying you do that, but why do a
if
lot
I
of
did,
women?
or if a lot of women do it, it's because sometimes men don't like to show their emotions, so they kind of want to see that men beg, cry, sort of like come down from being macho and just, I'm a human, I have feelings too.
Yeah, but then any show of emotion, you turn around and, like we were saying before, you attack his masculinity. You call him gay, call him soft, call him whatever.
Okay. Why do women want men to show their emotions when the man's feelings are typically the last ones considered and are often made fun of?
Oh.
That's
That's gonna make me cry.
facts, bro.
Because we want to know they're there, you know? It's like, we got to know you have it. If we ever needed it to show, we need to know that it's there. Like,
Why is sex typically the first thing that's withheld when women don't get what they want?
that's all that men want, so.
Well, what does that say about what women actually contribute to a relationship?
Homeboy's over here like, yes, thank you for walking up to us because I could never say this shit to her, but she needed to hear it.
It says that we hold the power and we consent the sexual acts, you know, so.
Isn't that the same thing as using sex as a weapon against men?
It is, but we don't have nothing else to use against them. We're not stronger than them.
She said it. We don't have anything else to use. Instead of saying, well, I'm going to stop doing all of the things that I do for you that make your life better, that make you want to stay with me. I don't have any of those. That's literally what she just said.
We, you know.
Why is sex typically the first thing that's withheld when women don't get what they want?
Manipulation.
What does that say about what women actually contribute to a relationship?
I mean, that doesn't mean shit. Sex doesn't mean shit about what they
Well, once
bring
again,
to.
if it didn't mean anything, why would it be the first thing that's withheld?
Manipulation. It's just a manipulation. It's tactic. It's the easiest one.
It can't be manipulative if it doesn't mean anything to them. If that's the only thing that you have to use, then why do you like she's saying it, but she doesn't get it. She's saying it, but she doesn't get it.
One to bring forth.
Isn't that the same thing as using sex as a weapon against men?
Yeah.
It's the first thing that we did
Well, she's
because
on
that's
this
the first thing the men want. When we first meet a woman, we don't really want to get to know her. The first thing we want sex.
Okay, well, what does that say about what women actually contribute to a relationship?
90%.
Okay.
80%, 95%. When we see a woman, you're not looking like, oh, it's gonna be my wife. You look like, damn, she fine. I'll fuck her.
What is the longest you've gone without having sex?
A month.
What is the longest you've gone by choice without having sex?
A month.
So do jail sentences count?
A year.
What? I told you that bitch was wild.
What is the longest by choice you've gone without having sex?
A year.
Who is more likely to lie about how long they...
So if you guys aren't catching it, the reason those are two different questions, what's the longest you've gone without having sex and what's the longest you've gone without having sex by choice, is because I'm sure he's about to ask a bunch of dudes the same question. And you're going to get different answers.
Gone without sex, men or women?
Men.
Don't men lie about getting more and women lie about getting less?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because it's the stereotypes that they have against women that you shouldn't be having sex a lot.
Who is more likely to lie about how long they've gone without sex, men or women?
Men.
Women.
Don't men lie about getting more and women lie about getting less?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why are women who sleep around seen as sluts while men who sleep around are seen as studs?
Because when you're a man and you sleep around, there's a level of entry. There's a barrier to entry to have sex. When you're a woman, all you got to do is open your legs. So that is already a test of your competency. The fact that you would get one woman to have sex with you. Men and women are not the same.
Because of the world and the stereotypes.
It's society and how they feel like a man who gets more as a player and a woman who gets more as a slut.
Like a man's value increases and a woman's value decreases.
Okay, right. Could it be because it's easy for a woman to be a slut?
I mean, it is easier.
Could it?
Well, it is easier. I mean, I suppose if you measure up the technical aspects of it. What do you mean? It absolutely is easier by magnitudes.
B, because it's easier for a woman to be a slut.
Yeah, but we also can get money from it too.
What's the difference between shaming a woman for being a slut and shaming a man for being an incel? In other words, why are women shamed for having too much sex while men are shamed for not getting any sex?
I guess, I don't know.
Because we don't care about men and their mental health, but, women. Gotta make sure our women are doing fine. Because
men are shamed for getting sex too. I shame men for getting too much sex.
I'm sure they're all broken up about it, sweetie.
Don't women have a choice to be a slut, but a man doesn't have a choice to be an incel?
What's an incel?
Involuntarily celibate.
Okay.
Like, specifically, I feel like guys are shamed when it's more clear that a girl is not interested and they keep going for it. Like, when it's too much.
That's a different question. He asked about men having sex with many women, and she twisted it to one man trying multiple times to have sex with the same woman who doesn't want to have sex with him. Those are completely different scenarios. I mean, how do you not have the basic ability to understand the question that's being asked to you?
Why are men shamed for not being able to get sex, but also shamed for trying to get sex?
It's all about your approach.
I mean, isn't that kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't?
Like,
I mean, I feel like it
depends
is
on
for
your
both
approach.
sexes. It depends on your approach.
Some
There's
guys
a
are
social
just very
stigma for all
vulgar,
this shit, yeah.
and other men approach like real gentlemen.
What are the characteristics of a gentleman?
To me, is not lying about nothing. Telling them what it is, and whatever they want to do with that, that's what they can do with that.
What would you call the female equivalent of a gentleman?
A lady?
A lady. What are the characteristics of a lady?
Respect, honor. That's about it.
Should a woman who doesn't act like a lady expect a man to act like a gentleman?
Hell no.
No.
What is the difference between respecting a woman and making her feel special versus the guy just pandering to her every need?
The difference has to do with why you're doing it and what she is doing in return. If she's not giving you any type, and I'm not talking about just sex, but if she's not giving you any type of attention, if she's not helping you with anything, if that's your situation, if she's giving you money, whatever it is, there needs to be an equal, or not equal, but an exchange, a transaction of some sort. And both people have to be happy with what they're getting out of the situation. It's just that guys are so, hard up for sex, no pun intended, that they'll let themselves get walked all over just to get up in the innards.
Say that one more time.
What is the difference between respecting a woman and making her feel special versus the guy just pandering to her every need?
What is the difference?
Frame.
I'm gonna give her what she needs, not what she wants.
Woo! There you go. But I mean, not a bad answer. And the idea is that if you are, giving a girl that you're with something that she wants one time is not going to necessarily upset the balance of, the frame of the relationship. If you are already the leader, if you are already the one who's taking charge, then you have the wiggle room to be able to be lenient. Again, I'm only a straight male, so this is only my experiences. And as a professional dog trainer, then you let's say when we're teaching a dog to walk on a leash for the first time, a lot of people, well, he's just stopping to sniff this and stopping to sniff that, and he wants to sniff that, but you end up with the dog walking you instead of you walking the dog. So when we start, the dog doesn't get to stop and sniff around. We're walking where we're walking. Because then, once the dog understands how it works, then you can say, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Now that you know that I'm the leader of this walk, I will let you stop and sniff this, whatever. It's the same exact thing in relationships. And I'm not saying that women are animals. I'm saying the relationship between the man and the dog, and the relationship between the man and the woman have the same type of thing.
And what is that, Dip? Can you elaborate on that?
I just did, baby.
Does she need her nails done, or does she want her nails done? So if she needs them done, I'm gonna do it. If she wants them done, I might not.
If women weren't slut-shamed and were actually celebrated...
She's my favorite. She's my favorite because she is exactly the type of girl that if we are going to have this type of landscape, at least be upfront about it. At least be open about it. She's not playing games. I don't know if she's even smart enough to answer these questions in a way that wouldn't make her look bad. But the point is, you're not looking bad because you're a bad person. You're looking bad because this is the whole landscape. This is the way things are. It's bad, and it benefits women. But you just don't want to say it.
For being a slut.
But she will.
Would they still play hard to get?
Yes.
Why?
Wait, I missed that one. Hold on.
Shamed and were actually...
I might not.
If women weren't slut-shamed and were actually celebrated for being a slut, would they still play hard to get?
Yes.
Why?
Because you can get more money out of them if you play.
Oh my god! Oh my god! The honesty, I love it. I love it. I love it because from my perspective, it seems like, okay, playing hard to get only works because it presents this idea of purity. If purity isn't something that's valued, then what's the point in presenting that purity? To her, it's like, no, I'm just trying to string them along and get that money.
Play hard to get.
Could it be because women use sex to get power?
Some of them, yes, yeah.
Are women more interested in love or power?
Power. Men are the true romantics. Men are the true romantics. Women do not have, except for their children, they do not have the capability to love a man the way a man loves a woman. Change my mind.
Depends on the person.
Are men more likely to use power to get sex, or are women more likely to use sex to get power?
Sex to get power.
Do you think women are more interested in love or power?
Power.
She's like, I don't know if I should say it, but it's power.
Really? That's interesting. Okay. If all the men in the world were gay, how would women get power?
They wouldn't.
By creating and being a dominant force in society and government and leadership and influence.
Since men aren't all gay, where do women actually get their power from? Since men aren't.
So if all men were gay, you honestly think that women would be able to have the same place in the world because of all of the things that they can do to manipulate, as our honest friend said earlier, that it's manipulation. So what are you manipulating? Obviously nothing.
All gay, where do women actually get their power from?
We said it earlier with the sex. Control.
They don't want
So can
sex.
we agree that women get their power by manipulating straight men?
Yes.
I mean, don't women have power because men give it to them? If all the men in the world were gay, how would women get power?
Who we got here, yo? Somebody say hello. Talking about goddamn self.
Sheesh! Say it. Hold on, say that one more time.
If all the men in the world were gay, how would women get power? Since men
I don't fucking know. Money shit.
Since men aren't all gay, where do women actually get their power from?
They pussy.
So can we agree that women get their power by manipulating straight men?
Yup.
It depends on the individual, but yeah.
Okay, don't women get power by using sex as a weapon against men?
Hey, we got no freedoms in the building. So let's be honest here. Women are not smarter at all. I am a sexist, says no freedoms. But when I talk to other men and smart women alone, most of them all say men are smarter as a whole in general. Yeah, I think just as we can see, women don't typically have a need to think about things like this. And so, we're just talking in this one, we're using sex as a weapon in this video. But as we'll see from some other videos that touch on some other topics, there's just so much of life that women don't have to engage with. And so it's not necessarily that they're dumb, but they just don't have the intelligence. They do have the intelligence. They don't have the awareness of what the answer is for any given thing, because they've never thought about it before. Of course, you give them a second to think about it, they're smart, they'll figure it out. But that's the big difference. We got Tyler Smith in the building. He said, I'm listening at the gym and making sure you did your push-ups. I didn't do any push-ups. All right. I gotta do my push-ups. Oh, let me go full. Excuse me. Sorry. Thank you, Tyler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo! All right. Thank you, Tyler. And if you haven't done any, Tyler always keeps me on point, making sure I stick to some type of schedule. Right now, I'm just trying to do just 10 push-ups a day. Just keep a schedule. If you are somebody who struggles with working out or keeping a schedule, being disciplined, join the fight. Just 10 push-ups every day for a month. That's all. We're coming up on the end of it. I did miss a couple days there, but 31 days of 10 push-ups. That is not hard. Anybody can do 10 push-ups. If you can't, then do 5. But thank you, Tyler. Thank you. All right.
Don't women get power because men give it to them?
Women are the world. Women have power. Most men only want to take the power because they want to take from women. If God was a man, a woman, or an animal and walked up to me, I'm gonna go to the woman because I believe God is a woman.
No freedoms out here. Hayton said, really call those push-ups. You're supposed to take it slow. Take slow and long push-ups. Every time I do them, y'all give me shit. You want me to do them or not?
So I'm the wrong person to ask that question.
Okay, but
they got power regardless.
Well, right.
We can't be born without a woman.
Well, right, but women can't.
They can't. What? I don't know if this guy knows, but it does actually take 2 people to make a baby.
Conceive without a man.
Right, that's true, but Don't y'all read the Bible, and the Bible say that the Virgin Mary had a child?
Yeah, but
Guess what? She no. She had a child without a man.
Right, but that happened.
That's power.
But that happened one. Time. Has it ever happened again since then?
It said that a snake talked to Adam and Eve in the garden. I ain't seen a snake talk since I've been alive.
So at the
Exactly. What is your point?
end of the day, men give women their power, right? So aren't women biting the hand that feeds them when they say men are toxic, men ain't shit?
Yup.
Definitely. I'm
Okay.
happy to agree with that.
Is that smart? I mean, are the women smarter if they're doing that?
No, it's not smart, but it's sort of like a dog. It's like dogs are messy. Dogs make, a lot of noise, but at the same time, everybody wants them. They're still that cute, cuddly moment. So it's same with men.
And finally,
so it's okay for her to compare men to dogs, but of course, I have to give a 20-minute a caveat when I compare women or compare women to dogs. Double standard.
What advice would you give to the men that don't trust women?
You don't trust yourself. And you need to start trusting yourself so you can trust
I trust myself. I just don't trust you.
her. Because not all women are bad.
Wow. That is oh, I thought I had the playlist open. So that was I've been seeing a lot from this channel. It's complicated, and there's a bunch of different ones that are really interesting. And it's just the notion of, man, what the fuck? Sorry. So yeah, the notion of these ideas, when you argue on Twitter or something, you have people who will argue these things in such clear terms and will make it seem like it's so simple. But you actually have a conversation with them face to face, and you have no idea what to say. So what exactly are people arguing about on Twitter? Freedom says, I'm a dog and I need a bitch and heat. Got him. Tyler Smith said, how many slippers do you got? I feel like, no, it's the same ones every day. What you mean? I got my, oh shit. Got my Uggs. And then I just changed my socks. Uggs are expensive, man. But I ain't gonna get no cheap bullshit. There's certain things where you want to skimp out on the price. There's certain things where you want to save money if you can. Footwear, especially footwear made for comfort, is not where you want to skimp out. There's a few places. Toilet paper, spend the money to get good toilet paper. Not for me. Yeah, definitely don't skimp out on toilet paper. And what's the other main one? I don't know. Shit with your car. I guess that was anticlimactic. Anyway, so now we have equal pay.
Actress, Drew Barrymore.
Okay, if Drew Barrymore was in a movie with a male co-star that nobody had heard of, would it be fair to pay them the same salary?
I only have 3. No, I have 5. So I have these slippers that I wear everywhere. Unless I'm going to work, whether I'm in the house or I'm out in the world, I have these Uggs on. They're so comfortable, and it's summer right now. Like whatever. I got the Uggs. I've got some flip-flops. I got 2 pairs of sneakers, and I guess I got dress shoes and then work shoes. So 6 pairs of shoes. That's all you need. That's plenty. You got more than 10 pairs of shoes, you a woman. Is it 5 shoes, 1 slipper, 2 dress shoes? Yeah, that's a good balance. That's a good balance. But when you're getting up there at 10, 20, I mean, unless you're a sneakerhead and you're getting like legit shoes, then if you're getting your Perry Masons and your shit, then like, come on, guy.
No,
Why not?
because he's not like known of, and because he didn't like work to be famous.
Okay. Since Drew is the star of the
Shit, sorry.
movie, won't she bring more people to the theater than her co-star?
Yes.
Okay, that's called star power. How is that different than the gender pay gap?
That's a loaded one.
Is it though?
Like for women or for like?
Well, I mean, the WNBA complains about not being paid the same to the NBA, and they don't generate as much revenue, so...
Because nobody gives a shit about them. Nobody. Not even the feminists. The only people in the stands of the WNBA games are the families of the WNBA players.
I mean, isn't that kind of like the same thing?
I feel like the WNBA isn't promoted as much as the
Why do you think that is, sweetie?
NBA because they are women.
Right, but...
Because they're women. Yeah, we're just gonna, take the money that we made from this basketball league called the NBA. Maybe a little thing. Maybe you heard of it. We're gonna take a bunch of money and then make this other league. And then purposely, we're gonna run it into the ground and tell nobody about it. Really? That's what you think?
I mean, wouldn't a male co-star that no one's ever heard of not be promoted as much and not be able to...
Yeah, I guess.
So is that comparable?
Maybe, sure.
I mean, wouldn't...
Maybe, sure. Like, you agreed to have a conversation. You agreed to have a conversation. And now you're getting asked questions. If you don't know the answer, say you don't know. And if you... But, like, maybe, sure. Just... it doesn't really matter what I say. Because I'm just... I'll just smile.
Did it have more to do with performance than discrimination?
Oh, I don't know. You're like hitting me. I wasn't ready. I don't know.
How are you not ready? What else did you think was coming when he talked about a female actress in a lead with a male supporting actor and the WNBA? Where else would this have gone? That's the only logical place that this conversation would go. And again, she didn't see it coming. She wasn't ready because she's never had to think. It's not her fault. She's never had to think about this or anything like this to this degree.
You're right about that one, but I just feel like
if they both do
I feel like
on the same job, they deserve the same.
All right, so we're gonna play a game, and I'm gonna take a sip of my whatever this is until they decide to pay me. But if you guys remember and put a 1 every time somebody says I feel like, then you can get me really drunk and we'll have a lot more fun. I feel like
Pay, it doesn't matter.
Okay, but at the same time, then why would someone want to star in their movie?
I mean,
What would be the benefit of having a celebrity in your movie if they weren't gonna, bring more people to the theater?
I mean,
right. That makes sense, but
I mean, they're both doing the same job, but don't they have different values?
whoa, guys, we only got 1 like on the video. Can I get a like, please? Can I get 1 like? I don't feel like that's too much to ask for. 1 like?
Value to the project?
yeah, but I feel like
you're right.
So shouldn't their pay, reflect the value that they're bringing to the movie?
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like it depends on what part you play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't that completely disprove the gender pay gap right there?
Yeah. All right.
You're two actors,
And
so
that's-
they should both starring and doing a good job.
And that's all it takes is to think about it for half a minute. But this is a myth that's perpetuated to the highest levels. And it has been for years. And people just accept it. Why? Because they can.
But they have different value because one is a celebrity and the other one's an unknown.
And you're saying with the basketball?
Well, what I'm saying is when it comes to basketball, right?
Yeah.
A lot of women say that the WNBA should be paid the same as the NBA, but
Yeah, they
don't. But they don't generate the same revenue. So isn't that kind of like the same analogy as the celebrity getting paid more than the no-name actor?
In some respect, but at the end of the day, I would say to advertise them more. In all respect, if we look at Nike, if we look at Adidas, who do we see? Like
we should advertise the people nobody cares about, because that's equality. Like, we should totally, even though nobody gives a shit about them, let's advertise them, because that doesn't cost money.
We mostly see male, like, athletes. I'm trying to make a pose, models.
But even if you advertise something more, does that necessarily mean that you're going to have more success? I mean, there are tons of businesses that fail.
But there's a ton that make it, and it's by advertising.
What is that? Yeah, like Nike, who doesn't feature female basketball players very often.
Acting requires you to act, put a little bit more work into it, actually read the script, right?
Trey said, I kind of get what she's saying. I don't care to elaborate. We'll let it play, but if you can clear that up, please help me. Because, I mean, it's fun to a certain extent to be like, aha, look how stupid they are. But these are real people. This is the real world. This isn't a game. These are real people that live in the same world, in the same country, and vote just like you do. Especially now with these mail-in ballots. These people control, just as much as you do, the world. Now, how much do you control the world? Not that much, but altogether, we do. And they have the same amount of power as you do. What do we do about that?
Right? Read the script, do all these things that NBA players don't have to really do. They just practice and so you can't
You just have to read. It's not like you have to, NBA players, they don't have to do anything. They just have to, keep their body in peak physical condition and perform in live venues. And, they don't have to do stuff like read scripts.
compare them. You can't compare the two.
Well, once again,
as far as the pay rate is concerned.
Well, once again, like I said, they're both, they're both training. They're both basically, they're both doing, acting, whether you're a male or a female actor, you're still basically, doing the same work, but they shouldn't be paid the same.
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. You could see the moment where she realized that she fucked up. And instead of just being like, oh, yeah, you're right. She goes into this more amorphous language.
Over it. Next question. I don't think it's based off of discrimination. I think it's based off of how long you've been at your job, how well you are with your technique, and how good you are at what you do. I think that's what matters.
Do you think high-paid Hollywood actors should have their money redistributed so struggling actors can have a living wage?
No, those struggling actors need to work harder for their money if that's what they want.
Okay, but it's funny how a lot of Hollywood actors often talk about, socialism.
Yeah, I see.
So, okay, how do you solve the gender pay gap?
There's not a gender pay gap. That's complete bullshit.
Woo! There we go. All right, Freckles over here doing the damn thing. Holy shit, they've got like 17 pounds of eye makeup between the two of them. Like, how much do you spend? And oh, look how sweet her shirt is. Can you see that? Oh, you can't see it? Look. Oh, god damn it. Come on. Look what her shirt says. That's what her shirt says. Where am I? Where am I? Where are you? Hey, we got Revolvement in the building. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. We are checking out the It's Complicated channel. Been seeing it all over the place and wanted to do a video of my own. So here we go. We're talking about the pay gap. And finally, we got Freckles over here saying there is no pay gap. Awesome. Let's see if her friend agrees.
There has been some skepticism about the gender pay gap, equal pay for equal work. Do you believe the wage gap is due more to sexism or productivity?
I think it's sexism.
Yes.
Okay.
I think men get paid more.
Yep.
It's got to be productive.
Yes, men do get paid more. That's not sexism because men also work more.
Can you show me a job where the pay scale for men and women is different?
Porn.
Okay.
I don't know.
Good answer.
Actors and actresses.
Oh yeah. Actors and actresses. They'll be in the same movie.
Yep.
Doing the same amount of.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Is there anybody here who has not seen Better Call Saul? Because I will go off for a minute. Because I'm actually rewatching. As soon as that ended, I watched the finale. And then I threw on the pilot for Breaking Bad. And I want to watch the whole universe, like the whole story, start to finish. And, you know, there is so much that's recontextualized in Breaking Bad by Better Call Saul. So I just wanted to go off on a little tangent because I love the Vince Gilligan, Peter Gould, anything that they do, I will always watch it. Vaughn says men just flat out do jobs that women really won't really do. Yep. They do the jobs that they won't do. They work the hours they won't work. And so they get paid accordingly.
Yeah.
If the wage gap exists, then why would companies employ men when it would be cheaper to hire women?
Because companies can be sexist.
You think they're more sexist than they are capitalist? You think they hate women so much that they're saying that the person who has the option to hire somebody said, well, we could make more money by hiring these women, but I don't want to do that because women are so bad. I'm going to give away more money so that we can have men working here. That's what you think.
And that's like the point. That's the problem.
That's like the point. Like, you don't even get it.
Why would companies employ men when it would be cheaper to hire women?
You know, that is a good one. Hold on. They probably wouldn't.
I mean, if women are capable of doing just as good a job and for less money, wouldn't it make sense for a company to hire all women?
I mean, yeah, if women were getting paid less, you know, what is it, 70 cents on the dollar? Yeah, companies would, you know, find a good deal in that. Yeah.
Is there a wage gap or an earnings gap?
It's got to be an earnings gap.
There you go.
If men earn more than women overall, could it possibly be because men typically choose higher paying jobs, more dangerous jobs, and work longer hours?
Yep, these are all facts. You know, I work as a truck driver. I don't see clearly as many female truck drivers as I do male. It's a dangerous job. It's a long
hours
job. You're driving for hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Don't women generally choose lower paying fields like education and nursing as opposed to math, science, and ditch digging?
Yeah, more thinking.
So wouldn't that?
The way that she said that. Oh yeah, let's just watch it again. Oh my God, this one right here.
Lower paying fields.
Like, even the fact that they're drunk is, you know, okay, you're drunk, but
like education and nursing as opposed to math, science, and ditch digging.
Yeah, more thinking.
So wouldn't their pay reflect that?
Yeah, women like to work with people, men like to work with things.
Don't women also choose to take more time off to focus on friends and family, whereas men are more likely to be devoted to work?
I think, yeah, this is also another fact, you know, biology of life.
Women have to bury a child and they have to take maternity leave. So that's a very big issue for most CEOs in the company because they can't really have that liability for an employee to take leave for such a long time. And that's one of the big...
Maternity leave is like 12 weeks, I'm pretty sure. If that. What is your point?
Biggest concerns for women being paid so low is because of their... it all has to do with.
But isn't that biology? And
yes, it has to do with biology. That's why we're upset.
Why should?
That's why we're upset, because of biology. Biology is biology, and it's not the way I like it, so I'm upset.
employer be responsible for a woman's choice to have a kid?
They're not responsible, but
thank you, Trey. I don't know if is that nationwide. Sounds right. I don't really. And of course, what about paternity leave? No one brings up that. No Freedom says, I know women in power places, but they don't have kids or a family. And the ones that do choose to leave or do part-time for their family because they want to. Or single mothers. Yeah, and I don't see a problem with that. I think that by and large, not every single woman, as you said, a bunch of women in powerful places, but that is typically what men strive for. And it's not being forced on women to go stay home with the family, anything like that. They choose that. And if we're, to use the example of single mothers and say, okay, well, she can't work, 60 hours a week because she's a single mother. She's got a kid to take care of. That was a choice too. Maybe not as consciously as she thought at the time, but that was a choice too. Ron says, notice how they really have nothing to say. So they have to pause and still have nothing really to say. Yeah, they're just looking for, they again, it's not that these women are stupid. I mean, some of them might be, but it's not that they're stupid. It's that they've gone through their whole lives without having to think about what's being asked of them. And what's being asked of them is simply to see the world from a man's perspective, and sometimes just to look at it objectively. Women suffer from solipsism, not being able to see past your own nose, thinking you are the end all be all. The universe revolves around you, and I mean, it's kind of a problem with people in general. But biologically, they're not necessary. The fact that they don't have the answers to these questions does not mean that they are stupid. Some of them definitely are really stupid. But the point I'm trying to make is that if you ask them this same question the day after they recorded this, they'll be able to give you better answers. It's not that they are incapable of fathoming, what CEOs would want to do. It's just that they haven't thought about it before. I'm sure if you ask her what type of wedding dress she wants, she would have some type of answer. What type of wedding dress do you want your future wife to have? I don't know. Does that mean you're dumb? Or does that mean you just never thought about that? Now, of course, what we're talking about is much more relevant to being a human being than a wedding dress. But it's not sheer stupidity. And we, especially as men, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot by assuming that because these women are not answering in a rational way, that they are incapable of doing so. They're not stupid. And just because they can't answer these questions, they might very well be stupid. But they the fact is they haven't thought about that. They've been able to skate through life without having to think about these things. Whereas us, we men, have to deal with this shit all goddamn day, every day. So of course, we have these things in mind, but they don't have to. They just don't have to.
But it's just the basic ethics.
It actually is illegal to discriminate pay based on gender. Why aren't more women filing class action lawsuits against companies that don't pay them equally?
I would say it's a lot easier to get another job. I mean, I'd love to say, like, yeah, we're going to fight for it, and we do, but to the extent of a lawsuit, I mean, get a new job. Like,
Don't people sue for discrimination all the time?
Yeah, but also I feel like it's a lot harder
She was on point with that mic there.
for anybody to then go sue their job due to something that happened, knowing that they're going to go through all the legal fees. They have the possibility of not then winning that case, although they very much would have been discriminated
What?
against. There's not a high chance that they could win it, and if they do, you get a payout, pays out through the staff, like things like that.
But even a class action lawsuit, I mean, if it was happening as frequently as you hear about it, you would think that companies would be sued all the time.
You would think.
You would think. But they're not, because even the lawyers are sexist.
But I also don't think a lot of people are going to go through their time to sue a company knowing that it might be more repercussions to them in the end due to money and legal fees and all of that.
So with a class action laws case, typically, and I know a lot of this from just watching Better Call Saul, that you usually don't. It's not like a one-on-one civil case where you have to spend time in court and you got to go meet with the lawyer, and they usually have an infrastructure for all this stuff. You call the hotline number or whatever. You give them your your story. They see if you line up with it. You give them some information, and then they take care of it. But she doesn't. That doesn't fit her narrative, so she's just gonna keep saying things.
I also just think it's not talked about enough in the workplace. Like, there's a large stigma around discussing your pay with your coworkers, because what if you do make more than them and then they're like, hey, like, why are you getting paid more than me? It's
that has nothing to do with that has everything to do with your choice not to talk about your pay. You can, especially in the US, it is by law, you are allowed to discuss your pay with other employees. And so this goes back to the wage gap itself, where women are more agreeable and not getting as likely to ask for a raise as the average man, and then they get upset because other people are making more money than them. Like, go ask for a raise then. Now, Freedom says, and people wonder why I don't listen to women. I don't listen to my own sisters or mothers when they talk. Only my grandmother for some reason. Well, she was from a different generation. These I'm not going to say I don't listen to any women. I don't seek out women to listen to, but our grandmothers are from a different time. They were not this modern hot city girl bullshit. It's very different.
something that you don't generally talk about with your coworkers. Like, oh, by the way, I make this much a year.
I do.
I make this much per paycheck. It's not something that comes up in workplace conversation.
Can you tell me any jobs where the pay scale for men and women is different?
Not off the top of my head without like...
I can. Actors. I mean, broad amount of payment, but men are higher paid actors.
Why are some industries dominated by men and others by women?
Oh. Choices. Freedom. America. Capitalism. Any of those things.
Dang, I don't know.
Why are there more female than male strippers and prostitutes? And what does that say about society?
That sex sells, and the female body is more pleasurable to look at, I guess.
Would it be possible to sell sex if men did not sexually objectify women?
No. That's why I'm not complaining.
I'm not complaining.
If I didn't get objectified, I wouldn't get paid. Look at you paid. That's how.
Again, at least when they're honest, it's all good. I don't have an issue with you not being some tradcon, whatever. It's when you want to act like you are some pure traditional woman and you act like a modern woman. That's the issue. That's the disconnect. If y'all were just out there with it, then we wouldn't have this disconnect.
People view women.
Okay. Why don't men complain about female strippers and prostitutes earning more than male ones?
That's a good question.
How much of our economy is driven by men buying things to please and impress women?
Oh, that's
all of it.
Man, it's got to be close to 100%, if not, in the high 90s,
Would you agree that most consumer spending is geared towards women?
Yeah, I think the statistics are right. I think 86% of consumer base is women.
Would you also agree that the media pushes a campaign of fear and consumption by exploiting men's need for female validation?
Yeah, look at dating websites. They're not there to find love. They're there to extract as much resources out of men as possible.
And to make women feel so great at the expense of men. At the expense of men. Men who are sitting at home on their phones like, oh, maybe she'll like me. Maybe this will be the one. And to her, you're just another like. You're just another like. Brian said they couldn't answer that, though. Just laughing, had nothing to say. That's what happens when you're confronted with realities that you've never thought about before. And the point is that there are so many different versions of the reality that you have never thought about before. There's so many different versions of that just by being a woman, you don't have to engage with. And so it's not, again, that's why I say it's not about women being stupid. It's about them not needing to be smart.
So why is there so much talk about the exploitation of women, but we never talk about this exploitation of men?
It's like the society growing up thing, toughen up, young man, or, men don't cry or something like that. It's expected of men to front the bill.
Finally, why is there so much talk about a gender pay gap, but not a gender spend gap?
Oh! That's a good one. That's a good one. The spending gap. When it's 80% of women, or 80% of consumer spending is from women, then, and men are supposed to be, fronting all of that and providing all of that, then yeah, it makes sense that men make more money. He said, Raman said, we don't complain because they do the job better. No, friend says, I only have one reality. The one that says I don't know shit about anything. Fair enough. I got my tattoo here. Let's see if I can do it. It says, believe nothing except that anything is possible. Believe nothing except that anything is possible. That is my motto. So I'm right there with you. And there is only one reality. However, because of the culture, because of politics becoming pop culture, we've allowed pockets of, non-realities. We've allowed these pockets where women, liberals, whoever is allowed to, or not allowed, but able to keep on going and never have to deal with that one reality. They just deal with their truth. Brian says, man, I tried to find that episode with you on Inkmaster, never found that shit. It's season 6, episode 8. It's not on Netflix, but season 6, episode 8.
I sometimes I believe women want to be men in the sense of that they want the ambition, they want the drive that they have, they want the results, but results aren't given.
They want to be men because they don't understand what being a man really is. They want to be what they think a man is. Now that, we've had, however many years of actual equality in the workplace, you see a lot of women are like, why the fuck did we work so hard to fight for this shit? We were able to just stay at home and take care of our kids. Why would we want to change that? And of course, we want women to have equal opportunity. But now feminism has become something else entirely. It's about supremacy. It's not about equality.
To everybody equally.
How should we determine which jobs are more valuable?
it's about supply and demand when it comes to value, what's valuable. So, you know, it's if it's cracking, if it's a lot of people that want the business, whatever the job is offering, then it should pay more. You know, like McDonald's, man. I think McDonald's workers should get paid more. They making all them goddamn cheeseburgers, man. Pay them McDonald's workers more money, man.
Yeah, what? I'm just gonna disregard that guy.
Can do more than men can in certain aspects, and men can do more than women can in certain aspects.
So if a man is making more, it's because he's doing a job I probably can't do.
So can we agree that men and women are different?
Yes.
There you go. What does it mean when somebody says that's a man's job?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize this. It means I don't want to do it, and it should still get to be done, but it's gross. No freedoms. Oh, Jesus. Said, I'm a feminist. I believe women can and should do anything they want to. However, I never said they were good at it. I mean, technically, yeah. That's what feminism is supposed to be. I just don't think, I think the practicality of what feminists do and say is so far away from that ideology that like you can't really say like, oh, I'm part of the safe puppies club, but all you do is go around and rip down posters of missing Fido. That's your whole thing. Well, okay, you're saying that you're there to save puppies, but the things that you do don't really have any connection to that. So, I mean, call yourself a feminist if you want, but that definitely means, yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean, they're not physically kicking men as much, but they're certainly allowing it.
I think in society, it's meant to mean that it's like a more macho or like laborious job. Society-wise.
Okay, what's a woman's job?
A woman's job is
making a sandwich.
Is anything she wants to be. I mean,
Well, wouldn't a man's job also be anything he wants it to be then?
in the same respect, yeah.
Hard work, labor, out and open.
What's a woman's job?
Cook, clean, and make sure the house is good.
Do you think most women want to do those jobs today?
They should.
Yes.
Good.
But do they want to?
Probably not.
So why are men still expected to be what women want if women are no longer encouraged to be what men want?
It's the world we live in.
Isn't that a world of double standards?
It is.
Mechanics, getting your hands dirty, moving labor, driving trucks.
She got fortunes.
The list could go on and on.
Why are women more concerned with the ratio of male to female CEOs as opposed to the ratio of lower paid, dangerous, dirty jobs done mostly by men?
I think because
they're full of bullshit. They just want the benefits without the responsibility.
Women who want to start their own business or want to be their own CEO are frowned upon because it's looked at that's a man's job, not.
Oh, honey, what world are you living in? It's frowned upon? It is not frowned upon. Not in 2022.
A woman's job.
It's on the tip of my brain. It's like they don't even acknowledge that as something that makes the world go round. We're in Las Vegas. Men built all of these skyscrapers, roads. There's probably some women in there, but yeah, they're just invisible to that.
Yeah, you're standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. That was built by a man, probably. Would you rather have a high-profile job for no
Wow, look at them fucking Coke bottles.
Pay or clean sewers for $100,000 a year?
I struggle with the smell of poo.
No shit. That is the point of using that as an example. It's something that you don't want to do.
So I think a high-profile job with no pay, because when you think about it, it would come with incentives.
I was just about to say that. It's the lifestyle. They don't care about actual money. They just care about what the money can get them. So if they already have the stuff that they want to spend the money on, then they don't care about money. They just care about stuff.
I guess there's pros to both of them, but to give you a flat out answer, I would prefer to have the high profile job without pay, because if I was high profile, I'd market myself to be sponsored by some company.
And of course, they've got to always switch it around to not, you have, this is the situation. In this hypothetical, you have a high profile job, but you don't get any money. That is the situation. It's not, well, I would quit that. I would take the high paying job and then quit that. And then I would go get a better job. That's not what we're talking about. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Brown says exactly. That's the difference between men and women. Yep. Yeah, right. Give me the pay. I'll take it.
And just keep working at it and get money, get paid, do more with that platform I have.
And I mean, I know I just said this, but again, the point was that it's not that you're not doing something worth money. They're just not giving you the money. So you could do more, but part of the parameters were that you don't get any money. But like, I would just find a way to make money, because like, that's how it is in real life. But now there's yeah, exactly.
I'm cleaning sewers for 100K, man. Ain't no shame in my game.
Hell
I'm cleaning
yeah.
sewers. There's no question about it.
Why?
Yup.
More money.
Yup.
Clean the sewers. I'm just going in my head. No, I'm gonna clean the sewers for $100,000 a year.
Or clean sewers for $100,000 a year.
I'd rather to first one.
Okay, so wouldn't that explain why you're paid less?
Yeah.
I like that. Honest. Yeah. Yep.
Because you don't want to do...
Because I really don't want to do that.
You don't want to do the dangerous, dirty jobs.
No.
So could that possibly be why so many women earn less money than men?
Yep.
So is that based on discrimination or based on choice?
And choices.
There you go, baby girl. All right. So this one is creators of life. Rules of modern dating, understand women, but this one is about the creators of life. Robin said he claimed the sewers for less. Yo, so would I. I mean, no, I mean, you have to pay me, but I would take 75. Let's call it 80. I would take 80K to clean the sewers. Nah, 100. I need 100.
Why do women often crown themselves as a queen?
Because we are, bitch!
I'd say we've just been mistreated like a lot as a society. I mean, men in general really mistreat women, so I feel like it kind of just puts us up to call ourselves a queen.
Because we're independent women who don't need no man. We're all
Women are beautiful and they're bad bitches.
Ugh. And like saying that unironically makes me want to throw up. Strong, independent women don't need no man.
And they're the creators of life.
Okay, well, actually they say women are the harborers of life because women can't conceive without a man, so... Do women create life or do women carry life?
Because men can't have kids.
They can't have kids either.
Well, right, but I'm saying we need each other, right?
We carry them in our womb and let them grow inside our bodies like aliens.
But it takes two people, right?
It does take
We're
two
the ones
people.
who carry.
But we do all the work and they get the fun.
We carry the babies of the world. Like, you think that they would show us a little more respect? God damn it.
Yes, we are the prized possession.
Is a woman doing the world a favor by having kids?
No. The world is overpopulated.
Isn't she just creating more traffic?
Yes.
Okay.
Women are special. We literally birthed the entire planet. Like, nothing would be here without us, so.
Yeah, I feel you, Revolman. I mean, I would happily take a job where I'm making $50K a year right now. But there are many jobs that you can get where you're getting paid $50K or more, and you're not swimming around in shit. That's the point there. I definitely need 100K to be doing that. And not because I need 100K. That's just how much I would need to do that job.
If the thing that makes women special is having kids, why do so many women choose to focus on their careers instead of becoming mothers?
Well, actually, men are lacking in the father department, to be
Of
honest with you.
course! The question was about women, and directly, the first thing out of her mouth was, oh, well, men said we don't need women no more to make kids. We're getting close. We're getting close.
I'm actually pregnant.
That's gonna change everything. When we have artificial wombs, that's really gonna send society for a spin. She just said she's pregnant.
And debating what to do about it simply because of the shitty men that come up to me every few seconds.
So you decided to have sex with man A. You decided to have sex with your baby daddy. And you got pregnant. And you're thinking about ending the life of that child because of how other men treat you. What? Bullets for Teeth. Welcome to the party. What does Bullets for Teeth say? The Earth can support up to 50 billion people. The world will never reach that population anyway. Thus, the world will never become overpopulated. When they talk about overpopulation, it's not strictly overpopulation in terms of can the planet handle the resources needed. The issue with actually underpopulation now has to do with there not being enough people to replace the people that are dying. But it can go the other way too, where if you don't have enough people doing stuff in society and you got a whole bunch of kids and you don't have the resources to afford that, even if they're there, you still have to buy it. But good point, Bullets for Teeth. Welcome to the party. I am Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Thank you for joining us. Brahman says, just an excuse not to take care of your child. I mean, exactly, an excuse. Other men are mean, so I'm going to end my pregnancy. Listen to what she said.
Well, actually, men are lacking in the father department, to be honest with you. I'm actually pregnant and debating what to do about it simply because of the shitty men that come up to me every few
because of the shitty men that come up to me every few seconds. First of all, actually, I'm not going to. I was going to be mean. I'm going to try to be nice. But where's the connection? What did your baby daddy even do to want you to end the pregnancy? Like, what are you saying? Bullets for Teeth says a population will collapse before it can go that far. Mouse Utopia experiment. I'm not familiar, but I definitely believe you that the biggest thing that we're dealing with in terms of population is underpopulation, not overpopulation. Ron says the way India must be multiplying so fast, I can say we could overpopulate one day. I mean, Thank you, Bullets, everybody. We got a new friend. Welcome to the party, man. It is a good time, but no freedoms. Bullets for Teeth. No freedoms, saying he doesn't believe the no mouse thing. So what is this? Let's do this. What was it called? Mouse Utopia experiment. Mouse Utopia experiment. Oh, it's already got one that says debunked though. So all right, let's start. Let's just do the first one. Unless there's all right, so let's check this out.
The work of Dr. John Calhoun at the National Institute of Health in Washington, D.C. has attempted to answer this question. In a unique experiment that took years to complete, Dr. Calhoun used white mice to study population growth and its effects on individual behavior. In addition to his renowned research papers, he has recorded some of these observations on film. In this 16-cell mouse habitat, utopian conditions of nutrition, comfort, and housing were provided for a potential population of over 3,000 mice.
All right, 3,000
Yet, in
mice.
spite of ideal conditions, the mouse population met with catastrophe. Individuals were kept track of by color markings on their fur. Factors which normally control population growth, such as predation by owls or cats, were eliminated. Transmissible disease was also reduced. In effect, the mouse universe simulated the present situation of a continually expanding population.
Oh,
of
this is
humans.
boring. We got to find a better one. Holy shit. Oh, Tim Pool. All right, let's see what we got here.
Pull up this article that Shane wrote. This is the beautiful ones in Universe 25. Rats, hope, and despair at the end of the world. This is about the rat utopia experiment. And there was the title of it. I think you nailed the title because it's the most interesting aspect to me. The beautiful ones. When I see what's going on now, it feels like, I think it's Kierkegaard's Clown, where he comes out and he warns everybody there's a fire, but they all laugh. And then he
Are you guys familiar with that, Kierkegaard's Clown? I think he's about to go into it a little bit, but if you're not familiar with the Kierkegaard's Clown, let me know and I can go through it pretty quickly. So Bullets for Teeth and saying that's the actual documentary. That was only 8 minutes. That was only 8 minutes. I want to keep something up a little. Keep the energy up. Keep the energy up. But I will check that out afterwards.
And he says, no, there's a fire. And they laugh even harder. And, there's that idea. But then there's also, while all this chaos is happening, you have what I view to be as a cult that just blindly believes the media. The media is just overtly lying all the time to make money. So you've basically got a sinking ship while people are stealing from the pockets of these people while they're distracting them. And it's just like, it's going down. And then meanwhile, there are these shows where people are glorified and glammed up and they're dancing. And I'm like, those are the beautiful ones. Mm-hmm. They're just grooming themselves and beautifying themselves as everything goes into chaos. But you break this down for us and explain to us the beautiful ones, and then we'll roll.
Yeah, John B. Calhoun is a scientist who started making these rat utopias, and he would take 4 males, 4 females, put them in a little he called universe, and let them exponentially grow. Those early experiments, they would just kind of like overcrowd, so they just like clump up here, clump up there, and he would stop it and have to start over. But Universe 25 was with mice, and that's when he gives them everything they need: all the food, all the water, all the medicine. There's no sickness, there's no hunger. The only thing that's lacking is space. And I think he did something with like powder food on one side and like nicer food in the middle, which kind of created kind of like a city and a country type vibe. Interesting. Yeah, but
so real quick, if you missed that, if you put nice food in the center, then that's going to be where people or mice are going to congregate, and then you put powdered food, which I'm assuming is less enticing. That's going to be where the weak ones, the small ones. So you're creating a hierarchy there. And so the thing that he said is that there's it's a utopia, but there is limited space.
The beautiful ones would emerge in these universes when the population was about to hit equilibrium. So like Universe 25 could hold about 3,000 or so mice, and I think around 2,000 is when the beautiful ones would emerge. And they're these mice that just stopped caring about mating. They stopped caring about anything. They just kind of groomed themselves and became beautiful. They did nothing. And around this time is when it would start to collapse. He would call it the behavioral sink,
So Bullets of Teeth says the mouse utopia experiment is used to compare Japan's population decline, the rise in MGTOW, and basically the population problems several countries like Japan are experiencing. Just something I recommend for you to check out for yourselves. Thank you very much, brother, or sister, or whatever you are. I remember hearing about this, and I'm not going to play this whole video. I just want to hear the rest of the experiment. But yeah, man, this is the kind of show that I want to do. Just breaking the fourth wall a little bit, even though I'm talking directly to you anyway. I was bored. I love hanging out with you guys. I was bored. And I've got a topic for tomorrow's show, but it's still, something where we're going to be mainly watching one main thing and breaking it down. But I want to be able to just also come on and, watch some street talking videos. And then Bullets for Teeth brings up the Utopia experiment, and we Google that, and like we're just hanging out. I consider you guys my friends, and so I just want to hang out with you guys. So fair enough. Dude. And Trey is back. Welcome. Oh, we got Mackenzie in the building. So what do you mean about, and now with the mail-in ballots? It's not some sort of new phenomenon for ballots to be mailed out en masse. Show me where that happened before. Absentee ballots are not new. That's when you request one. But ballots being mailed out to every citizen is absolutely something that has never been done before. But welcome. So this guy is talking to us about the mouse utopia experiment, and then we were just watching some street talking videos.
We would just like total insanity. The mothers would abandon their kids. There's like mice mating, male mice mating with male mice, and there's they're attacking the kids.
Gay!
It got ugly.
Hypercrowding too, right? Like it would all cluster in one area.
Yeah. I mean, at a certain point, it was just so much that he believed that when there was no space left, there was no feeling of that you have to do anything to survive. That's all you're doing, right? So you're getting attacked, you're hiding, and then the dominant mice would try to protect their their city of women.
So mice were getting attacked as well?
Yeah, there's violence.
Were people leaving the beautiful ones alone?
Yeah, I don't. They might have been attacked, but they were kind of like alone on the sides.
Were they being
just taking selfies? Yeah.
At first, I thought it was behavioral sync as in synchronization, but it's behavioral sync like syncing.
Going down.
Yeah. So as I stated this in the intro, that maybe the inbreeding had something to do with the dissociative behaviors, since it all came from 8 mice. Maybe because I did have mice as a child, and one of them I saw some inbreeding and some deformities came out in the mice. Did he destroy the deformed child? Did he destroy mice?
I don't know about destroying them, but he would pluck the ones that survived the collapse and try to put them into new universes, and they were so traumatized they couldn't shake their violent behavior.
Maybe traumatized is the right word. Maybe programmed, developed into this reality.
True.
And so that spells very.
So this is, and I mean, bullets for teeth. Let me know if this is not what the connection that you were making. But when we're talking about population, and we're talking about the overpopulation, underpopulation, how well we're populated, how much we have the resources that we need, then overpopulation is something that people talk about all the time, but doesn't really seem as if that is a realistic ip So we can come back to this if we so desire, but let's get back into let's get back into this horrible woman.
And debating what to do about it simply because of the shitty men that come up to me every few seconds.
Why do women often...
In case you missed that, she's talking about her pregnancy and what she's going to do with her pregnancy. Because other shitty men come up to her every 6 seconds?
Consider themselves the creators of life.
Because we foster that life.
So don't women carry life rather than create it?
Yeah, I think that would be a good way to say it. Yes.
Well, the baby does like.
Yo, look at this giant ass hickey right on her fucking How old are you? I thought that was like a 14-year-old's thing.
Starts off as 2 cells and it multiplies in the woman's body, and it's like the nutrition comes from the woman's body, the energy comes from the woman's body, like all of that is from the woman. That's why I'd say that they think they're the creators.
I guarantee you it wasn't good, Trey. That's why I cut it out.
A man can repopulate an island full of women. Can a woman repopulate an island full of men?
Yeah, it would just take longer.
So don't men create more life?
Oh! So Bullets with Teeth says, I have my own thought about it, but I present evidence and let people come to their own conclusions. It was an interesting study. That's interesting conversation about population collapse. Absolutely. Yeah. And what I like about that, Bullets for Teeth, is that it is something that, something like the conversation about the trolley problem in philosophy. That's a conversation where you can really sink your teeth in and get in deep and talk about things. And there's not just a clear answer that, that is just, this is the answer, that's wrong. We can Google it, conversation over. We can actually go through and peel back the layers of how we think about these things and dig into it. So thank you. Now, Freedom says, don't women kill their children more than men? Well, yeah. I mean, men don't have, that's not a man's choice. That's a woman's choice. But if you're talking about live children, I would guess, I have no way of knowing, but if I had to guess, I would say yes. But women also generally spend more time with their children. So I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's enough there to really say that's a thing. Freeman says, now we have women trying to, I don't know how common that is. Can say that's not accurate. Society, for the most part, is why women don't go into the science and technology fields. Lots ill thought out generalizations being made about women. I mean, what such as what? What are you talking about? I don't know. So one, what's not accurate? Society, for the most part, is why women don't go into science and technology field. What about society? You have every choice to do everything that you want. Women to go to school at higher rates than men. So society, if you mean the choices of people in that society, then yes. But I don't know. I don't know what you think is causing women not to go into STEM fields other than their own decision.
Yeah, they would create more.
So then, if anyone was the creator of life, wouldn't it be men?
Well, I still don't think it's either of them. It's
yeah, I think
I don't think. I don't.
So it can be women when it can be one person when it's the women. But now we break it down and it's like, well, actually it's both. Like it's just completely equal.
I think it's either, but I'm just saying if anybody was going to create more life, wouldn't it be men?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
At a faster rate, but
yes, that's
one
what more
woman,
means.
one man would create life at the same rate.
Do you think it's harder to give birth or to raise a child?
Harder to raise a child. Giving birth is obviously extremely painful, but raising a child is, if you don't do a good job, that child's going to be screwed for life.
Raising a child.
At least she's aware of that. At least she's aware of that. Being pregnant, at least she's aware of that.
Anybody can push out a baby, or get a C-section.
No, only women can push out babies. Not anybody can push out a baby.
Gotta know how to take care of that child, be there for them.
I could see giving birth being very hard. You definitely have to carry that baby for 9 months.
No one's denying that.
That's a lot you have to go through.
Okay.
But taking care of a child, that's 18 years of responsibility. You have to put a roof over that child's head, clothe that child, feed that child. That's a lot of responsibility. Like once the woman's done birthing that child, like you have to be ready for what comes with that child. Like there's a lot more than just birthing that child.
So if the answer is parenting, then why don't single dads get the same credit as single moms?
I don't know. I would say
feminism in a gynocentric society.
Did.
They're honestly just probably overlooked. There's not as many single dads as single moms. You hear about single moms everywhere. Like, I have a single mom.
Exactly. Why do you think that is? Because guys are just deadbeats? Or is it because women have no-fault divorces? Is it because the courts are skewed in the favor of women getting their children? And, I mean, you are correct that there are more single mothers than there are single fathers. But that's not due to the desire of men. No, I mean, in certain cases, of course. But in by and large, that's not the case. So, Trey, I'm not really sure what you mean with this one. I don't know what you gotta, stuff's going on. We're playing. You gotta refer to, you gotta tell me what you're referring to. Positile in the building. What's going on? Says, you mean women are pressing women to not go into to STEM fields, or I mean, women are more likely to choose healthcare careers. Yeah, I mean, it's been well studied that that women choose less jobs that make them less money. There is no question about it. We just, and before you got here, they were one of the questions was, would you rather have a high profile job like a CEO for no pay, or to work in the sewers for $100K a year? All of the women said that they want the high profile job for no pay. All of the men took the money. Just said, I've been a full-time dad, and the amount of disrespect I got does not surprise me at all. I'm sorry about that, brother. It's hopefully we're changing that right here, right now. Revolvement is dipping out. He's got plans. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but I will be happy to see you if we're here. And if not, you know the party rages on in Discord. If you guys haven't joined the Discord, the link is in the description. The party never ends. Now, Freedom says, I will never be a stepfather. Good on you. I was this close. Before I found any red pill, anything. My ex-girlfriend had a 9-year-old daughter. I was this close to just being I'll be a stepdaddy. He said, I'll never be a stepfather, and I will never be with a woman who has kids. It's not worth it at all. And I have a stepdad. Fair enough. We got Lil Toes in the building. What up? So the answer is no. Again, I don't really remember what the question was, but I'm sure I agree with you. Bullets for Teeth says there are a lot of examples of women in STEM fields. Many universities have even lowered the standards so that they can get their foot in the door. And they still whine about it. Yep.
Boo has a single mom. My ex had a single mom. I just know so many single moms. Like,
why isn't Father's Day given as much attention as Mother's Day?
fathers are absent. That's probably why.
Wow. Just fathers are absent. Wow. And of course, you are much more likely to think that coming from a home without a father. And I'm sure that your mother was spoke so highly of your father, whether he was a good person or not. That is very clearly fucking you up, girl.
Why is it when a father abandons his child, they call him a deadbeat dad, but when a woman aborts her child, they call it her choice?
They don't. That's the rhetoric that I would like to think, but no, if they get called they get called whores, they get called murderers, when in reality, you don't know what brought them to that decision. I don't know a woman who has been happy about aborting a baby. I think it's mostly when they know that they will be a deadbeat. They don't have money. It's like they choose to not have it because they don't.
So should men be able to choose if they know that she's fucking crazy? Now, Freedom says most kids raised by single mothers end up bad. Women raise women they hate and the ones that beat on them. Fair enough. Little Toe said it's very common. It is very common. And unfortunately, it is. Paul said, I bet her mother had a dad and the mother loved her dad. Probably within a generation. Fathers are absent. Like, well, no, they're not. Some are, but by and large, most men who have children stay with those children. Unless she takes them away. Sorry, I might raise men. Fair enough.
Want to be the deadbeat.
Should we support a woman who aborts her child because she did what was best for herself?
Yes.
Why do we condemn men for...
Oh, no. She walked into it. Let's double back.
They choose to not have it because they don't want to be the deadbeat.
Should we support a woman who aborts her child because she did what was best for herself?
Yes.
Why do we condemn men for abandoning their children because they did what was best for themselves?
Because at that point, they're abandoning a developed and birthed child.
So it's only okay to abandon a child before it's born, when it can't even subsist without... the thoughts that these women have are so backwards. And it's really sad. It's really sad. What does Trey got for us? He says, as a father who went 2 years without seeing my child because I moved on and was willing to fight to see her again to go, as a father who went 2 years without seeing my child because I moved on and was willing to fight to see her and go through court. Oh, okay. So you're saying you are a father. Okay. You're a father who went 2 years without seeing your child because you moved on and you were willing to fight to see her and go through court. Yeah. That's most commonly what the situation is. Fathers want to be around their children. Some don't, but by and large, people want to be around their offspring. But the courts will make you think very differently, and the media will sure as shit paint a different picture.
Versus abandoning or killing a fetus. It's not a human, it's a fetus.
It's not a human.
What?
I was really hoping he was going to follow up on that.
Why is it if a woman can't pay for her baby, she gets government assistance, but if a man can't pay for his baby, he goes to jail?
See, I never heard of that one. Getting government assistance does make sense. You have to make ends meet if you're gonna decide to have a kid. But for a father going to jail...
Or maybe you just shouldn't have a kid until you can make your own ends meet, instead of having us have to pay for your ends to meet.
That I don't even... Is that even...
Well, if he doesn't pay child support.
Oh, not... Well, that's his problem. He's not being active. He can just be a father and man up. Instead, he's being forced to pay child support because he's absent again.
Most often, like with our friend Trey here, was saying he was willing to... He was fighting. He was going to go to court. It's the women, most often, who are keeping the children from the father. And even if it's not, obviously it's not every situation, but the assumption by default is that he's a deadbeat father. Whereas the assumption for the woman is that she's so strong and independent and she's going to do anything that she can. And she went through so much bullshit, and story goes on, the list goes on and on and on. You see it right in real time. How because these women don't understand the weight of what they're saying and how deep and hurtful it is, because it's just their opinion. But they are explaining the world we live in, which is very, very sad for men. Palestine said, women, I don't want to be your servant, men, and I don't want to be your slave, women. How dare you? Irresponsible and immature man. Yep. Double standards. Trey said if she gets government assistance, the man is put on child support. Yeah.
With, I think it was 60% of single mothers.
Oh, now she's quoting numbers. All right.
Their fathers or their baby daddies are not paying child support.
60%? She's saying more than half of fathers who are, in a relationship where they're no longer with the mother. Over half, 60% are not paying child support. You don't even have to Google that to realize that's bullshit.
So, I mean, there's a lot of laws that say one thing, and those laws aren't really enforced unless the offended party presses charges, which a lot of times that doesn't happen because of how screwed up the judicial system is.
Because you're a man, and this is messed up, but they don't really show too much love to men. Like I said, the court system is for the women, the world is for the women. As a man, you have to be tough, and you have to like fuck it. You got to be like.
Okay, let me ask you this.
So Wilto says, I believe it. So let's go to the Google machine. What percent of child support is not paid? Whoopsie. Let's see what we got. So we got CBS. CNN Business. That should be good enough. So over 100 billion. Over 100 billion is owed in unpaid child support. Nearly half of that's taxpayers supporting children and public assistance. Let's see if we can get a percentage. About 49% of that money is owed to the government. But for mothers paid, 82% of custodial parents are women. For mothers, child, so what are you guys saying? Trey says, I'm on child support for my son. I've learned the system and how it works. I've seen some dudes who need to be on child support, but I've seen most of them getting beaten down in court. I don't see a hard number here. Well, she got this. It seems most of the problem is concentrated among a handful of bad actors, while only about 60% of the total money owed in child support gets paid each year. Okay, so hey, when you're right, you're right. Over 70% of families get at least something, according to this dude. It's at the bottom rung where most of the money is owed. 11% of the debtors owe 54% of the money. So it's 64% of the money owed, not 64% of people who are paying it. So let's go back. Let's see exactly what she said. And then I'll come back to what you guys said. Because that's a lot. I didn't realize that. So maybe she's right.
With 60% of single mothers, their fathers or their baby daddies are not paying child support.
Yeah, that's not correct. 10%, or excuse me, 11% of their fathers are not paying. They just account for 60% of what is owed. Trey said she's never been to child support court. I'm triggered. What percentage of women don't pay child support? More than 70, maybe 80, maybe 90, like 99. Yeah. And I mean, that is it. That is a big number. That is a big number of $100 billion of child support is owed. But the majority of that money is owed to the government, not to the mothers. And 54 out of the 60% comes from only 11% of fathers. So she, good on her for knowing that, knowing the numbers to some extent. But she got them a little mixed up. Just over 10%, 11% of fathers are not paying child support. That is the correct number that she's trying to say.
So I mean, there's a lot of laws that say one thing, and those laws aren't really enforced unless the offended party presses charges, which a lot of times that doesn't happen because of how screwed up the judicial system is.
Because you're a man, and this is messed up, but they don't really show too much love to men. Like I said, the court system is for the women. The world is for the women. As a man, you have to be tough, and you have to be like fuck it. You got to be like.
Okay, let me ask you this. If we live in such a patriarchal society, where did all these laws come from that protect women and punish men?
I don't know. That's a good question, honestly, because it's been that way forever.
Is it possible that we don't live in a patriarchy?
Definitely. That's definitely
actually no. I mean, we absolutely live in a patriarchy, but that's not that doesn't mean that men just rule over women. That's not what that means. Yep, I bet so. I bet she does. But yeah, that's not what a patriarchy means. That men just have free reign over women, and men can do anything, and men have all the money and all the power. It's a little bit more nuanced than that, guy.
Everybody has their own opinion. I'm pretty sure the women will love how it is. But I was saying earlier, I get it because you have to carry that baby and all that. But a woman could drop her baby off at an orphanage. You know what I'm saying? So
I am pro-choice.
Yeah.
If a woman should have the right to opt out of motherhood and make that choice, should a man also have the right to opt out of fatherhood and 18 years of child support?
Not if the baby's coming into the world. Unfortunately, the baby will exist at that point and need to be taken care of.
Why should men be forced to be fathers?
Hey, we got bullets for teeth in the Discord. What up?
Women aren't forced to be mothers.
They need to learn to keep it in their pants, otherwise, honestly.
Well, is the man solely responsible for getting a woman pregnant, or does it take two people?
It definitely takes two people, but for him to walk out of their life, that's his choice.
Well, for the people who say that the men should have thought of that before they had sex, isn't that the same argument that pro-lifers use against abortion?
Not necessarily. Pro-lifers are doing that because they don't think a life should be taken.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to say that a man should keep it in his pants, how is that different than saying a woman should just keep her legs closed?
It's not really different. The difference is the woman chose to be a woman and a mother and have the baby, and the man
She chose to be a woman.
chose to disappear and maybe pay child support or not.
Well, why are we always talking about the woman's choice, but we never talk about the man's choice?
Why should men get a choice? Like, you just do what the fuck I want you to do. Like, you're just there.
Women are just more degraded than men are, unfortunately. I literally have men coming up to me telling me they want to spank me and do this and that, and I'm like,
do you though? And is that as degrading as having an entire YouTube channel dedicated to women like you degrading men and saying all fathers are absent? And the other one misquoting and saying 60% of single fathers don't pay child support? Come on.
dude, this is the first time we're talking. I don't know you.
Well, why are we always talking about the woman's choice, but never the man's choice?
Because it affects the woman's body and it does affect the man's body.
Okay, but doesn't a woman have the choice to opt out of having her body affected?
Yeah, but it doesn't affect a man's body.
Okay.
You just said that, honey.
But it does affect a man's future.
It affects the man's future, his livelihood, his legal status. It affects his entire life. But, well, like, I have, like, some discomfort for a few months. So it's completely different. I'm not saying that growing a child in your body is not a miraculous thing. But also, not really a high barrier to entry there.
No?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so what reproductive rights do men have?
They can use protection if they're scared about having a kid. They can use abstinence if they don't want to have a kid.
Okay, but can't women do all the same things as well?
Yeah.
So then why is
apparently not, boys.
The man solely responsible for getting a woman pregnant, or does it take two people?
No, it does take two people, but I think ultimately it is.
It's so funny when there's certain things, the way certain things are phrased, where they cannot deny it. They can't dance around it. And those things are often, something like it takes two to tango. That's something that's a well-established notion. So that they'll be like, well, yeah, of course it takes two people. But if there's anything else, that, is something that they haven't thought of before, and it puts them in a negative light, then it's just, well, it could be whatever.
To the woman, because it's her body that it affects.
Why do so many women act like it's their duty to have kids when it's actually their choice?
It's not always your choice.
Well,
oh my God.
And said always, but isn't it usually their choice?
Mm-mm.
I mean, unless a woman has...
Nope, it's not usually their choice. Most of the people who exist, I don't know if you guys know this, most of the people who exist are from RPay incidents. Most people don't choose to have children. And most women, I mean, what are you saying?
No,
She gets-
unconsensual sex.
No, she can have a slip up. She can get raped. It's all kind of
but that's still choosing
stuff. And some women don't believe in aborting their kids either, so they just go with the punches, roll with the flow, and keep the baby.
Don't women ultimately decide who gets sex and who gets born?
Who gets sex, yeah, but not who gets born.
What should they do? Because
but those are the same thing, though.
Women always have the option to choose whether they want to keep the child or not.
Right, but like I said, some women don't believe in aborting a baby. So even if you're in a bad situation, you still keep it.
But that's still their choice.
Right, and you make the right choice to not kill a life.
Why do we do
this right over her head? She's like, yeah, we're on the same page. We're saying the same thing. Like, no. First you said you disagree with him, and then you proved his point, and then you reinforced your original position that you disagreed with the thing that you just made an argument for.
Women often claim to be the creators of life when the child is wanted, but when the pregnancy is unplanned, it suddenly becomes the man's fault for not wearing a condom.
I don't think that's like at least in my head, I don't think that's a popular opinion.
In my head, that's a drink for our drinking game. That's close enough to. I feel like
I don't blame it on the men. You know, it just takes two people to get
Right, but why is it then that a lot of times, you know, it'll be like the man got me knocked up, you know what I mean, as opposed to saying that
I hate how much I'm kind of attracted to her. This one, obviously, a little bit. She's got kind of a wide jaw, but other than that, she look good. But she's kind of stupid. I love you too, brother. Thank you for being here, all of you. I love you all.
it was two people, you know?
That's a great question. Get me knocked up. If I had to give a controversial answer, I think that a lot of
You don't have to give a controversial answer. You can just give what your opinion is.
it just comes from like a negative disposition towards men that like most women tend to have. Like for survival, we have negative dispositions towards men.
Can you elaborate more on that? What do you mean towards survival?
Oh man, we gotta do side by side. Ah shit. Okay, hold on. All right. What is it, Sid? Oh Jesus. Nah, come on. Come on. I mean, maybe this one looks like the fucking elephant, but nah. She cute. Get rid of the a little less eye makeup. Get rid of this thing. I'm with it. I'm with it. The real question is, Trey says the real question is what do they do if he wants it but she don't? Wait, what is this? Is that a I can't, it's too small. I can't tell what that is. Is that a monkey? Are you calling her a monkey? Come on, man.
So, you know, it's like, it's really dangerous to be a woman. Like, every woman has a taser, every woman has pepper spray. Like, you know, first dates are scary. My friend needs my location because.
Oops! We know that it's way more likely to get injured as a man than you are as a woman, right? Right? But I feel like it's more dangerous because, like, I'm so hot and, like, all these guys just try to, like, get all over me. Oh, gotcha. I couldn't see it. I didn't know what it looks like a little blob. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Because the worst thing that can happen is that I get sexually assaulted and murdered. But, you know, the worst thing that could happen for a man on a first
is that he gets sexually assaulted and murdered. Isn't that what Cardi B said that she did? I used to drug these guys. Fucking whoa.
First date is that it just goes wrong. Yeah, you get rejected.
Not saying that none of that can happen.
Right, but it's less common. And so I think
I'm looking at her nose now. If she could, if she got a nose job, it was instead of it being like, instead of it, you know, she's got like it kind of goes out like that. If it went in like that, I don't need to say that out loud, but yes, you are 1,000% correct. But yeah, homegirl hair, the nose is a little much, but other than that, I'm sticking to my guns. So Ted Bundy wasn't real? He was real, but who is the next Ted Bundy? The Tinder swindler? Exactly. And women be finessing dudes as a whole industry, day in and day out. Trey said, I've had homeboys set up and killed on dates. You know, she might.
That whenever there's a negative situation and it involves a man, like the disposition that a woman is going to have is going to be negative towards the man.
So, at what point does that kind of become like just
self-defeating
abuse or man-hating?
That's also a good question. I feel like if it's something that you're being like intentionally hateful, if you're intentionally trying to hurt someone, or if you're being intentionally androgynous, then that's whenever it crosses the line.
Yeah, if you're not trying to have a debate or a conversation, at least by some sort of facts, if you're just bringing in your full opinion, in a sense of like using insults, that's when it can be man-hating.
Oh, wait, what happened to that? Oh man, you're talking about the girl I'm into. You are so fucking right. God damn it. She's on her way. She's on her way. Maybe I could swoop in and save a hoe. No? I don't know.
Especially and vice versa from women hating.
If a man can impregnate multiple women.
Okay, she is cute. She is cute. Fuck you if you don't think she is cute. She's not, I wouldn't say she's hot, but she's cute. Minimal makeup. Let's keep her big. She's cute. Wait till her face isn't all scrunched up.
Women a day. Why would women consider?
That's cute. Actually, another.
Consider them.
There we go. No? Give me a Y or an N. Is she cute or nah?
Themselves the creators of life.
I guess because in the end, they're the only ones who can bring about life.
Well, a man can repopulate an island full of women. Can a woman repopulate an island full of men?
No.
So don't men create more life?
They do, unless the woman has a choice to end it.
True. Okay. What is a surrogate?
Somebody who has somebody else's child?
I've read that.
Oof. Not your type. What? So what is your type? Bullets for teeth. What do you usually go for? Because that, short white girls with brunette hair and a small nose, green eyes. That's the cherry on top. That is my type. That is my type. What is yours? Everybody, I want to know what your guys' types are. Let me know what your type. What are you into? Puzzle Tile said, "Let's have a double date, Jesus. I take the pre-blue girl for experience. Well, if I could get this, the one we just saw, if I could get this one, you get whichever one you want. She's definitely been the hottest one. So, like not the hottest one, but the one that I am most attracted to. I know you guys know what I mean. Because she's not, what's the word? There's I wouldn't call her beautiful. That's got a little bit of grandiosity to it. She's very much a girl next door. Like, I could fall in love with that girl. Damn. Said a 3 to 4. She reminds me of a gay friend in high school I talked to years ago. She does look like she'd, yeah, she's probably gay. She does look great. Simple. Exactly. I'm not looking for a fucking bitch because she's got fat titties and a fat ass and no brain. I just want a normal girl. As long as she got some titties, as long as she got some ass.
So don't men create more life?
Yep.
They do, unless the woman has a choice to end it.
True. Okay. What is a surrogate?
Somebody who has somebody else's child?
I've read that scientists are developing an artificial womb to grow babies. If you had the option to become a mother without ever having to physically carry the child or go through the pain of childbirth, would you choose to do so?
Yeah.
I couldn't even pause it in time. But you realize that that is your only value. I'm not talking about women in general. I'm talking about these specific women who have shown that they don't have anything else to offer. Their womb is all they have. Gotta have those tig old bitties. I'm an ass man. I love them all. I love them both. You gotta have okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I will say this one thing, and if you can disagree with this one thing, we'll go down that road. You can get away, or let me put it this way. You can have nice titties that are small. You cannot have a nice ass that is small. Titties are more about shape. Ass is about size. And of course, there's a tipping point. But, oh, is she Greek? She is or she was? How does that work? I was looking at that. I was looking at that too, Little Toes. She said, if she had nicer teeth, she would be pretty hot. And Little Toes is an ass man, huh? But yeah, so these girls were asked, would you go through childbirth without any of the pain? And they said yes. And I'm hoping dude goes there. But these specific women who are showing that they don't have much to offer to a relationship, except for their innards, if you get rid of that, what are you there for? No freedoms. Time for war. I mean, we could do that, but like I said, if you can refute that notion that you can have small but shapely titties that are nice with a fat ass, as opposed to giant titties with a flat ass, you know which one you would pick every time. At least I do.
Is that not adoption?
Why?
I would do it.
Why?
First of all, what if you
I love how he just ignored this girl. I was like, is that adoption? Like, what? No, adoption is taking a child that is not biologically yours into your home and being their guardian. Having a child without having to birth a child is a hypothetical situation that has nothing to do with adoption. Here, look.
Would you choose to do so?
Yes. Is that not adoption?
Is that not adoption?
Why?
I would do it.
Why?
First of all, what if you pick the wrong person to have a child with in the first place?
Don't then.
That would be my fear.
Childbirth can be traumatizing for a lot of people. It can be dangerous, especially if you don't have the right health care. So why would you want to put yourself through that if you know there's a safer option?
So if artificial surrogates became commonplace, would that
wait for it? Oh, I'm so ready to be right.
That diminish women's role?
No, because they would still need.
Well,
they would still need what? What, honey? What is it that we would still need?
If women and men were reduced to egg and sperm donors, would that make women no longer special?
No, because you still need an egg and a sperm.
Well, right, but I mean, would that make women?
Oh my God.
Any more special than it would make a man? Because they're both basically donating DNA.
Yeah,
women would be no longer they would no longer be the ones carrying a child.
See, the way society is set up, though, it would still be put on the women because men are viewed higher in society.
I think a lot of women would still choose to have the babies themselves to feel closer, so probably not.
Okay. If women and men were reduced to egg and sperm donors, would that make women no longer special?
I guess if only you did that and nobody had children, then yeah, I guess.
Why is society engineering women out of the equation?
I have no idea.
I think there just might be more
either efficient or easier ways to do stuff. I mean, childbirth before modern medicine, like the mortality rate was pretty high.
Shout out to House of the Dragon. Did you guys see that? Was it last week's episode? Yeah, it was the first week. Holy crap. Mind you guys, I would love to be doing watch parties with you. I am ready to have everything all set up just like this, but you got to let me know before every Sunday, House of the Dragon, 9 p.m. And I'm willing to do the previous week's episode. So we can come in 8 p.m. Eastern and watch the previous episode right into the new episode and have a chat about it. Just for the people in Discord. But you gotta let me know. Where are we? So Positile said, yep, individuals need to show their value in society. If you're not valuable, then you are worthless. I mean, I guess there's a spectrum there, but yeah, I mean, those are the two ends of the spectrum. You're valuable or you're worthless. Never watched Game of Thrones. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Why? It's so good. Of course, I'm sure you know, without having even watched it, how terrible the last season was. But the rest of the show is still that good that even knowing it ends that badly, and I have rewatched it since, that it's still worth it. And House of the Dragon is turning up to be, its own, not only good in its own right, but damn. Yeah. All right. So you guys are all Tyler, you're in the Discord, right? I'm ready. Well, let's do a fucking a Game of Thrones watch through. We'll do the whole fucking series. I am down for that. Every Sunday we'll watch an episode of Game of Thrones, and then we'll watch the new Jesus. So that's what let me know if you guys are down for that. That's the kind of shit I want to do with you. That's the kind of shit I want to do. For, obviously I can't play HBO on YouTube, but when we're in the Discord, we can do whatever the fuck we want. I'm down to do this. You guys, I just Wilson says I'm down, Positive says I'm down, Trey says I'm down. All right, so it is happening. Somebody, all right, so I'll think about how we are gonna make that happen after this stream, but I need you guys to be there. I've seen Game of Thrones a bunch of times, so if I'm sitting in the voice channel by myself, I'm gonna be annoyed. But all right, let's get back into it.
So, like, if you take kind of that factor away, it's safer for, like, both mother and child.
Let me ask you a question. If men can impregnate several women a day, but women can only get pregnant once every 9 months maximum, why does the birth control fall to be the woman's responsibility?
That's a good point, but my question is, why are there more birth control options for women than there are for men?
If we're talking about hormonal, there's the pill, there's the Nuva ring, there's an IUD, there's the implant. Oh, the IUD has a copper or hormonal option, so it's both. We can also use barrier methods like a condom, a female condom, a dental dam, but that's right now only for oral, but it can be changed. Abstinence is technically a form of birth control as well.
Is pulling out a form?
Technically.
So, bullshit. I haven't seen it either. Just not into watching TV series as much. That's just me. So the House of the Dragon, the new one, comes on Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. So what we could do is at 7 or at 8 o'clock, we'll play an episode of Game of Thrones. And it's it's a prequel. House of Dragons is a prequel, so you don't need to know what happened in Game of Thrones to watch House of Dragon. So we can watch an episode of Game of Thrones, and then we'll watch an episode of House of the Dragon, and we'll just do it. And then because there's the whole series of Game of Thrones. If you guys are around, you're like, yo, let's watch an episode. Who's around? That's the kind of shit I want to be doing with Discord, yo. It's not just for me to be like, hey guys, I posted a new video. Like, I want more. Said she thought she did something. Yep. That's how it goes.
Pulling out as a foreman is a really low success rate.
What about for men?
Condoms. There's barrier methods for men, and they have been trying to. There's vasectomies. They have been trying to develop hormonal options for men, but they're like the side effects are apparently too much for men to handle.
Why are there more forms of birth control?
Notice how it's too much for men to handle. Like, no, it's just we don't need to do that because that's your shit. The responsibility. I'm not going to get pregnant. I don't need to protect myself from getting pregnant. You're the one who can get pregnant. So yes, I did see a good portion of it. I was gonna do a show on it, but it was just a little dry. And I did the show that we did instead, and nobody really was here for that. So I don't know how soon we're gonna be going back to Jordan Peterson, which sucks because I think Jordan Peterson has a lot of great things to say. But I mean, if you guys aren't here, if you're not watching it, then I can watch it on my own time. You know what I mean?
For women than men.
Because it was always placed on the women to control. It was okay for a man to sleep with women, but it was not okay for a woman to sleep with a man. So they're like,
right,
you got to control it.
Exactly. That is what it is. You have the responsibility of what happens to your body, and I have the responsibility of what happens to my body. So Positile on YouTube, the videos actually get saved, and you can watch the replays. You're in Discord, right? If you just go to the YouTube channel, all the videos are there.
Easier for men to get a vasectomy because he can get it reversed. Cheaper. But a woman has to go through hoops and fire to be able to have birth control or to get a hysterectomy. And even then, like,
you can't put being on birth control and having a hysterectomy in the same category. Like, look at how she just talk about a false dichotomy. Talk about a false dichotomy.
You got to control it.
It's easier for men to get a vasectomy because he can get it reversed.
So the fact that it's reversible has nothing to do with how easy or painful or painless it is. I've heard that it's not, that invasive to get a vasectomy. But just because it can be reversed doesn't mean it's not a surgical procedure. And just because, it can be reversed doesn't mean that it's something that you want to go and do. That's also another surgical procedure. Just close your damn legs.
Cheaper. But a woman has to go through hoops and fire to be able to have birth control or to get a hysterectomy.
As if men don't have to go through hoops and fire to get a vasectomy. Like, what are you saying? Why do you say these things? Why don't you just say, I don't know? Because you think you do.
And even then, like, the birth control itself is, like, really bad for us, and it causes us a lot of problems, like, physically and mentally.
Why is there more birth control options for women than there is for men?
I think there has been a lot of research done through it, to be completely honest with you. I think a lot of it has to do with it just...
That's how it is, and so that's how it stays. And, like, I think that a lot of men are unwilling to do something for birth control because...
Don't you think that if there was a birth control pill for men, men would be all over that?
I would hope so. If it gave the same effect...
Hell no. I will give you that. The birth control absolutely does, fuck up your system. But y'all the ones that need to be out here spreading your goddamn legs. How many? Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. For each time you have sex, that's one protection. So if a man has a vasectomy and let's say he's 25 and he decides he never wants to have kids, or whatever, he's 25, he decides let's say he's 21 and he wants to get a vasectomy so he doesn't have to worry about it, and then he'll just get it reversed when he's 35, whatever. How many times is that man using that protection? Meaning, how many instances of sex is that man going through where the vasectomy is being put to use? Jeez. Got the hiccups. Now compare that to the number of times birth control of any sort for a woman is used. None of the women in the first video, none of them went more than a month without having sex in their entire adult lives. Whereas we know men are 1/3 of men either are virgins or haven't had sex in the last year. So why should it be on us? Sounds like a you problem, honey.
Facts, then you could be like, okay, hey, yeah, I've heard a lot of men talk about like birth control pills for men, and they often say things like, well, I don't want to put like, hormones in my body, or like I don't want it to change my body, but then don't understand that the birth control that we take does the same thing.
Yeah. We do understand it, but that's your choice to make. That is your choice to make. If you decide that you want to get nutted in, so you take a fucking pill every day, that's your choice. I will wear the condom. And I will not take the birth control. You make that decision. But somehow, it's still men's fault.
Yeah.
Why are women the stronger sex when it comes to birthing children, but conveniently the weaker sex when it comes to risking rejection?
Oh, we got a hot one here. Loto says conditioner or shampoo is more important. All right, let's do it this way. Let's hold on, I got you.
Needing sympathy and validation, killing spiders, opening jars, lifting heavy objects, and fighting wars.
Just because, like I said, it's men and women, masculine and feminine. Okay? Ask yourself this. Would you like a masculine ass woman? It turns me on when my girl asks me to kill the spider or open the jar. Like, it makes me feel like a man. Some of them don't even need it. They just do it to boost our egos. Men are very egotistical. You know what I'm saying?
Hit the pole, hit the pole, hit the pole.
100%.
Boom. All right.
Okay, if you want to support this channel, please consider making a donation or clip my videos and share it on all platforms.
I did let that play because I do want to give a shout out and a thank you to It's Complicated for giving us this content. So if you're not subscribed, go check them out.
Don't forget to tag me.
So this one is Lonely Men. Lonely Men.
Is it easier for a man or a woman to acquire sex?
It is much easier for a woman to acquire sex.
Why is that?
Because we choose. We choose whether or not we have the option of whether or not we're gonna let a man have sex or not. I don't think that that's necessarily true.
Don't women typically consent to sex?
Consent goes both ways.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. What's the longest
That's not an answer to the question. That's just like what is it called? That's just like word association. She wasn't even listening. And he said consent. He said, oh, well, consent goes both ways. Like, yes, honey, that's not what we're talking about. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's get get everything in. Let me fix this up, and then we'll I don't even know what the poll says, but a
man's ever made you wait sex.
We choose whether or not we have the option of whether or not we're gonna let a man have sex or not.
Right. So that woman just said that, and I'm sure it was close enough to what he was saying that that's why he cut it like that. But let's just assume that he said exactly that.
I don't think that that's necessarily true.
She says, don't think it's necessarily true. If you have a reason to believe that it's not true, then what is the necessarily? Do you think it's true or do you not think it's true? Because when you add the necessarily, nobody said it was necessarily true in every instance. You are putting that in. See, this is the womanese. This is the womanese.
Don't women...
All right, last chance for the poll. Hit the poll.
typically consent to sex?
Consent goes both ways.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. What's the longest that a man's ever made you wait for sex?
You know, it's happened. I don't know.
But does that typically happen?
Maybe. Oh, no, it doesn't typically happen.
Okay, so isn't it
Wow, we got an actual answer. No, it doesn't typically happen.
fair to say that women generally control access to sex more than men
If
do?
a woman wants sex, she can get it. If a man wants sex, doesn't mean he can necessarily get it.
Okay, so is it safe to say that women typically control access to sex more than men do? Because it's easier for a woman to get sex than it is for a man?
I don't like the phrasing that you're boxing.
I don't like the phrasing you're boxing me into. So you agree. You know the reality. But it sounds bad. So, ooh, yucky. I don't want to deal with reality. So my hair washing routine is pretty basic. About once a week, I'll wash it with shampoo and 2 rounds of conditioner. Bolas she says shampoo removes dirt. Conditioner can lock it in, which is why if you come into contact with radioactive particles, you don't use conditioner because it seals in hair follicle. Good to know. Good to know. Maybe I'll make sure I get a little extra shampoo or extra vigor in my shampoo round before I go to the double conditioner. Yup.
But I mean, would you have a different way of explaining it? I mean, is that not generally true?
I think that
I mean, if it's easier for a woman to get sex and it's harder for a man to get sex, we can't conclude that women typically control access.
okay, it's easy.
She couldn't even say yes. She couldn't even say yes. She had to say, okay. But yet, when it comes to actually having sex, what's the phrase, the terminology they use? Like emphatic consent or something like that. I can't remember. But this is why it's so difficult to understand the nuances of consent. It's not about, okay, if she says no, oh, what do I do? No. It's the fact that when she means yes, she doesn't say yes. When she means yes, she doesn't say yes. What are we to do with that?
For a girl, for sure. Yeah, guys are thirsty.
Since it's harder for men, should women be surprised that guys have lower standards for sex than women?
Not really, because I mean, they just want to get it in, right?
Yeah, real quick. I don't know.
Don't women have the privilege of being more picky because they have more options?
I mean,
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't that fuck up your hair?
Don't women have the privilege
Dry it out.
to being more picky because they have more options?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of an incel?
No.
Imagine not even being aware of the concept of not being able to have sex. They're not even aware. All right. So before I say anything, this is a bad still.
Incel?
That's not any better. All right. So that's we gave him 3 chances. So yep. You're getting ahead of me. But I want a rating on each of these. Typical 1 to 10. Give me her first and her second. I want to know what you so I want 2 numbers. A number, a comma, a number. Pascal said you should play a video of a woman defending men while interviewing other women. Do you have a video like that? I'm happy to play it if you have that video. But I'm not really familiar with women defending men too often. All right. So Will Toast kicking us off. So we got a 6 here and a 4 here. Okay. I need one more. One more person. Give me a rating. One more. And Bullet says both 5s. And Positile's getting ahead of me again, saying I'll take the left. I would give I'm more in line, I think, with Little Toes. I would give her a 6.5 because of the voice. And she's a straight 4. She's a hard 4. Like you can see the shininess, the bags under her eyes. Oof. I would not want to be an aging woman. I am not surprised that Mackenzie left.
Yes.
No, I haven't.
Have you ever?
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. Let's back that up because that is not what I thought she sounded like.
Yes.
Have you ever been privileged of being an incel?
I have an incel?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
Have you ever?
Let's say so. No Freedom says 5 and 3. Interesting. I'm curious. Now that Positile brought it up, what do you guys think about women with deep, raspy voices? Because I'm into it. And wait a minute. You already said 6 and 4. What happened? Are you saying because of the voice she lost a point? I love that. Scarlett Johansson has the perfect voice. Oh, perfect.
Ever heard of an incel?
No.
Okay, incel stands for involuntarily celibate, and it refers to a person who can't get any sex. Who is more likely to be involuntarily celibate, men or women?
Men. Men. I think it's 1 in 3 men are not having sex right now.
Put a 1 in the chat if you would hit that.
In today's society, if a man goes up to a woman and asks her for her number or Snapchat, he's looking.
See, here's the thing though, Bullets. I think there is, and I'm not going to rewind it because we already heard three times, but just because she's got a lower tone and a little bit of raspiness to her voice doesn't mean it's not feminine. You can absolutely have a feminine voice and just be lower in tone and a little bit raspy vis-a-vis Scarlett Johansson. Mackenzie is still here. I thought you left us. Talking to each other and 5 and 6 and 1 with the hair could be better. Yeah. Mackenzie, you want to give a rating to this dude? 1 to 10. How hot is he?
That as like a creep and a pervert, but if a woman goes up to a man, it's 100% okay, which is not okay to me.
Why are men shamed for not being able to get sex, but also shamed for trying to get sex?
That's a good question.
Because you cannot win as a man. You will always lose. Unless we're a top 10%er. Everybody else, we just got to deal with the scraps. Sorry. I know that's not a super motivating message, but it's reality. So the sooner you realize that men and women live very different lives, the sooner you'll be able to accept it. Trey says he looks like he gets no play. I don't know about that. I mean, let's go back. The surfer. Yo, dude. I mean, well, he's got braces, so maybe. But he's got to be maybe like 20. I'm sure he cleans up with the I'm trying to put this delicately. I don't know how. So I'm just not going to say it. Tyler said she's a 5. Those tats and the hair are a turn up. Are you talking about the black woman? I am. The fact that the tattoo is actually. Am I still here?
It's. I think
the fact that the tattoos are actually well done, and the green eyes. I'm into it. I'm not into short hair, and I'm usually not into black girls in general. but she is all right in my book. Yeah. Oh, definitely young, a young buck.
It's 1 in 3 men are not having sex right now.
In today's society, if a man goes up to a woman and asks her for her number or Snapchat, he's looked at as like a creep and a pervert. But if a woman goes up to a man, it's 100% okay, which is not okay to me.
Facts, no freedoms. You and me, right in that same boat. Me, my dog. I don't even play video games, and my YouTube friends. That's all I need. That's not true. I would love to get laid. I mean, I could get laid, but I mean, like, be with somebody that I actually have feelings for. That would be nice. But since they ain't around, I mean, if you could find her, let me know.
Why are men shamed for not being able to get sex, but also shamed for trying to get sex?
That's a good question. I think it's the way they go about trying to get sex, because women want relationships. Well, I can't say all women, but a good amount of women want relationships, and when you meet the men that just want sex, it kind of tarnishes everything.
Is it fair to shame men for being incels when women are the ones who control access to sex?
I don't think you should shame anybody for anything.
Is it fair to shame men for being incels when women are
womanese, a perfect non-answer. I don't think you should shame anyone for anything. No, we shouldn't shame murderers for murdering people. This is what I mean when we talk about just saying things. I don't think we should shame anyone for anything. That doesn't mean anything. No, Freedom says, I can't be with, I don't know if you mean you, so like, you can't be with no one, or you can't be with anyone, or you can't not be with someone. Any of those three could be interpreted from this first sentence. So I can't be with no one. Guys, especially if you're voice to text, how do you fuck this shit up so badly? I can't be with no one. I might to be alone, and I am cool with that. I can't feel for other person. Meant. Oh, well, that's cleared up. So I can't be with someone. So you can't be with anyone. You can't be with anyone. I am fine. Let's say I'm fine to be alone, and I'm cool with that. I can't feel for another person. So is it that you can't? Why do you say you can't feel for another person? Because I'm not necessarily MGTOW myself, but as I've talked to you guys pretty openly, that I'm not actively dating. I'm not actively looking for anything. Why do you say you can't feel for another person? I'm just curious what that is, because I would assume that if there was a woman who walked into your life who was exactly what you wanted, and she looked the way you wanted, and go down the line, then you would feel for her. Or again, are you saying you won't let yourself feel for another person? This is why I need specificity when you guys type. You guys know what you're saying, but I don't know what you're saying. So can't not be with anyone, can't be with you jackass. Well, she said, choosing to be alone and being lonely are not the same thing. Very well said. Very well said. I very much choose to be alone, and only very rarely am I actually lonely. Definitely, I get lonely, but it's not the same thing. I choose to take myself out of the rat race, so to speak, because even though sex is fun and attention from women is nice, all of the negatives that come along with it, just not worth it to me. Positile says, white girls plus sundresses equals perfection. Come on, Jesus. I know you have me on this one. You are goddamn right about that. Oh, man, I love when sundress season comes around. And I'm very, very sad that it is coming to a close. We got about a month left, but sundress season is coming to a close. So No Freedom says, I had many people say I don't love them for some reason. I guess is just my nature, it seems. So maybe that's something that you would want to talk to a professional about. And I don't mean that in any negative way or at all, because that's not, that's not how, it's not a healthy way to operate. It's definitely reasonable if you're navigating this landscape and you can't find anybody who's worthy, or anybody you do find is worthy doesn't find you worthy, and you are cutting yourself off. That's not great either, but that's much better than just saying you can't, you're incapable of feeling for someone. I don't know if that's a good thing. And even if you don't intend on being in a romantic relationship, you should still want to have connections and a support system, people in your life that you care about. Again, even if it's not romantic, you want to have your boys, you want to have friends, you want to have people around you, especially as we get older. You really don't want to be just a nobody. You can keep your group small, and you can keep your group people where you don't have to talk every day and whatever, but you want to have that support system. That is really an important thing. So, this is not medical advice, but I do very much urge you to take a look into that. So, Bullets for Teeth says, I am MGTOW. I've been a celibate monk for over 10 years. I think what No Freedoms is alluding to is that we are indifferent. Well, that's exactly what I'm getting at. Is because I went 6 years without having sex, and this was before I found MGTOW red pill type stuff, and so I was trying, and I was very unhappy about it. And since then, I have come to this more stoic place where, okay, I realize I'm a short, skinny dude who don't have much money. Don't have any money anymore. I mean, I was making good money last year, and my job fucked me. So I'm a short, skinny dude, short, skinny brown dude with no money. I'm aware of what that means in the broader dating landscape. But I don't know that No Freedoms let me know. I don't know that that's what you're saying. It sounds like you feel like you're that you're incapable of doing so. You say, I don't have feelings for like normal people. I'm healthy enough. People said because of my childhood, I should have been a sociopath. I'm happy the way I am alone. And fair enough. There's a lot of a huge percentage of men who are just as alone as you, but are not happy about it and are not okay with it. So it's definitely kudos to you for understanding where you are in life. But I do think that if you feel that you can't feel things like normal people, then unless a doctor is going to do like an EKG and see that neurologically you're missing the pieces to make that happen, then, like you said, because of the way you grew up, you can overcome that. And again, even if it's not to get into a relationship, but to just have people around you, I think that would be something to look into. Puzzle says, understand yourself to understand other people. Don't assume other people can't understand you. Yes. Yes, very well said. That's right to you, No Freedoms. That's right to you. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to, if you're happy with your life the way it is, then by all means. I'm just some dude on the internet. But that's kind of how it's coming across, And I want more for you guys. I want more for you guys. Bullets T says, you have strong fortitude. I don't expect men to follow the same lifestyle I do. You must find your own way and figure out what works best for you. Yeah. And Trey's, I would legitimately lose my mind going 6 years without sex. He said 6 years. He couldn't even write 6. He wrote sex. Hell, I get angsty after 6 months. Well, those first 6 months were way worse than the following 9.5 years. It's the, no pun intended, it's the hump you got to get over. But just like no freedoms and bullets for teeth, I'm aware of the fact that I'm probably not going to have sex this week. I'm probably not going to have sex next week. That doesn't mean that I can't have sex this week if I tried. But the point is just that when you are somebody like me, the pros and cons. If you're a top 10%er, then the trade-offs, the negatives are way less. So so Bullets with the shout out. All right, let's he said I have videos. Actually, that's stupid. I can't do two things at one time. Hold on. What's your channel called? Said I have video content on my channel that goes into this stuff. Is it just bullets for teeth? There, let me do this.
Ones who control access to sex.
No, not at all.
Isn't that victim shaming?
Yes, 100%.
Isn't every man who's been rejected temporarily an incel?
Yes.
Is it fair to portray incels as lazy, mature losers because they don't conform?
All right. Sorry. Yeah, bullets for teeth. Let me know what your channel is. I will drop the link so everybody can check it out. So yeah, my family and friends said I was, and I mean, it's kind of funny, but do you prefer, or would you prefer that life was a little bit more fruitful when it comes to your relationships with other people? And again, not just talking romantically, but just having deeper connections to your friends, to your family, to whatever. Do you wish that it was that way, or are you just, hey, it is what it is? It says life is pointless. Better use my time on this earth building and doing what I love than lying to myself and be something I'm not just to score some ass. I'll forget and waste my time and energy. Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. To underline what I just said, the notion is that if you were to desire that connection with somebody, or if you don't desire that connection because you've never had it, maybe that is something that, it's like the only thing I can compare it to off the top of my head is doing drugs. Everybody thinks they have an understanding of what it's like to do acid. But you don't. Unless you've done acid, you do not know what tripping is. And so the analogy would be that you're, insert reason why you don't want to trip. But I'm saying, well, tripping is the best thing that you could possibly happen to you. Don't you wish it was such that you did feel okay about tripping? That's all I'm saying. I think whether it's tripping on acid or having a close relationship with a woman, those are two of the top peak experiences in a man's life. Bullets for Teeth says, you're a wise man. You know the risks and the pitfalls, pros and cons. Just be careful, my friend. I will do. Thank you very much. Posital says, you're not happy alone. You're literally expressing the way you feel online to an online stream. It means that you need someone close by to talk to and express yourself to feel more and really to feel more, relive and be where you need to be close to people. Yeah, I agree. I think that it's not super healthy to be relegated to just say, oh, well, I can't have feelings for any other person, and that's okay. Trey says, I guess because I started having sex so early, I look at sex. So, help me out, guys. Guess because started having sex so early. I look at sex. I didn't know men really couldn't get sex. Yeah, okay. So I guess since I started having sex so early, I'm just gonna skip that part. I guess since I started having sex so early, I didn't know men couldn't get sex like that. Yeah. So I'll draw. Okay, I'll check that out. Doing it at school is the best. Have I ever had sex at school? No, because my high school girlfriend went to a different school. You wouldn't know her. She actually did, though. I met her at church. I've told you this story about how we were in youth group and we'd play manhunt, and then me and her would go into the boiler room and. So No Freedom says, I don't feel for others like most people do. I don't wish I had connections like others. When I was younger, I wish I did, while others said they wish they were me. Now I'm older. I'm good. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's also a good point. Oh. No, I never did acid at school. Yeah, fuck that. I like having a safe space. I like doing acid just at home, on the couch, because it's more fun. I don't know. It just like I've done it at concerts and stuff, but there's always the aspect of like, I don't, I can't control what's going on. But yeah. And Tyler said, for real, Dexter said that, and he got laid every season. There you go. No freedoms. Just start. This is a joke. Murdering serial killers, and you'll get laid every season.
To women's standards and selectivity.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Fucking incel. If a man can't get sex, he might be made fun of and called names just for that.
I'm allowed to have my opinion.
And
It's like you're allowed to have your
also,
opinion.
I think if a man does get a lot of sex, it might be like everyone praises him also for getting a lot of sex. So I don't really think that there's a whole lot of men out there that are getting shamed for having a lot of sex.
Is it fair to portray incels as lazy, immature losers because they don't conform to women's standards and selectivity?
No. Everybody is built different and has their own standards in life.
If a man does conform, does that make him a simp?
Negative. No.
Why is it more acceptable to shame men for having low standards versus shaming women for having unrealistic high standards?
It is great. I'm speechless on that one.
You kind of got me flabbergasted on that one.
Yo, why is she wearing a choker like this? Is that a man? This one looks like a man. This one looks like a fucking ferret. Is that a man?
You're fluttered. Don't know what to say.
Damn. Survival of the fittest. Whoever seems like they're about to get it in, gets it in, and they continue their genes and whatnot. But besides that, like, I don't know.
So would you say, based on that women ultimately control the evolution of society?
Yes.
Based on the men that they choose?
Yes, it's because it's like the mating rituals. Like they say yes or no in most breeds.
So then how are we living in a patriarchy where men have all the power?
Just because that's how society was set up when women were supposed to stay home and take care of the kids and the guys went out and did all that shit. We're supposed to rely on them.
What is the longest you've gone without having sex?
A year?
What is the longest by choice you've gone without having sex?
A year?
So, No Freedom says, I had women come to me and even got twerked. Oh, like you got twerked on more than. Wait, how old are you, No Freedoms? I thought you were older. No, are you my age? But I denied it. Yeah, I don't have time for useless things. I'm also doing work while watching this. Well, that's good. Multitasking is good. But yeah, how old are you?
Probably like 18 years.
What is the longest by choice you've gone without having sex?
Probably like a month.
Who's more likely to lie about how long they've gone without sex, men or women?
Women.
Don't men lie about getting more and women lie about getting less?
No. Yeah.
I love that thought process. But I think if we're comparing, then a guy might add a few girls. But women will divide their number. Am I wrong? Women will divide their number. We just add. The women will take, and oh my God, some of these women, not all, of course, but some of these women are sleeping with 3 and 4 digits. So yeah, you are my age. Is that it just it strikes me odd as that when you say that you got twerked on more than twice in your life, but you denied it, as if that's something that like I'm we're all friends here. I'm not if I say something that sounds like I'm coming down on you, I'm not. But it sounds like you have an idea of what being with women is like, and you know the realities of getting there. And because you don't want to deal with the realities of having to go through all the bullshit and meeting loose women and all that, you've made a decision that the experience of being with a woman that you truly care about and cares about you and have that connection with, it sounds like you're denigrating that experience because you've never had it. Is that, I mean, are you, I mean, you don't have to answer if you're a virgin or not, but I would love to know if you would like to share. So Paz said, I don't believe that. We need, exactly, this is where I was going. We need connections to spread your ideas. Being here in a stream is an indirect way of having a connection, like a small community. Facts, bro. That's exactly what I'm gonna try to do here. Someone who wants to be lonely does not seek and spread his ideas like this right now. Yup. How old are you, Bullets? Because I'm 32. So, and I think a bunch of the dudes here are Zoomers. That's what I'm saying. Trey. Like, do you get where I'm coming from? That like, well, I had 2 girls twerk on me, and I didn't even take it, and so I know that I don't care about it. It's like, well, that isn't really analogous to sleeping with somebody that you actually care about, who actually cares about you. And it's not, we know that 1/3 of men either haven't had sex in a year and the rest are virgins. What that breakdown is, I don't know. But it does sound like you're mischaracterizing the benefit of being with a woman who really loves you, really cares about you, a woman that you also care about. That experience is very unique. Okay, so I said had only 2 partners. So calls him old. So you're not a virgin. Did you have feelings for these women, or were they just hookups?
Don't men lie about getting more and women lie about getting less?
Yes.
Why?
Because we're seen as being tarnished for the more sex that we have.
Why are women who sleep around seen as sluts while men who sleep around are seen as studs?
Because men don't want to see that their woman that they have prospect to be interested in has been with every man.
Could it be because it's easier for a woman to be a slut?
No.
Well, don't women control access to sex?
They do, but there are many male sluts. They're just being praised for being that way.
But isn't it harder for a man to be a male slut than it is for a woman to be a female slut?
Depends on the man.
Wouldn't you say that the high-value men with lots of options are rare?
Yup.
Yeah.
So then, wouldn't you say that it's more likely for your average woman to be a female slut than your average man?
Yes.
Women.
So let's go to the comments. I was asking. So No Freedom said that he's had 2 partners and they were both hookups. So sounds like I was kind of on point. in saying that you are mischaracterizing the difference between those hookups and an actual romantic experience where you're genuinely, all this soft bullshit that we all pretend that we don't want. That shit. That's the real shit. And Positile, I couldn't agree more. And saying what you have here, my friend, are social issues. You need to fix them because, unfortunately, you need social skills to succeed in society. You might be fine just kind of sitting around and doing your thing, but only you've got more than half your life to go. What are you going to do with the rest of your life? And especially when we talk about how this isn't strictly in the context of romance, like Positile is saying, you need social skills to succeed in society. And I think it's, sorry to be a little harsh, but you know how we do here. I call it how I call it. Call it how I see it. It sounds like you've determined that whatever that experience of being with a woman who really loves you, who you really love, what that experience is, can't possibly be worth, swimming through all these hoes. It is though. Bullets for teeth, Mr. MGTOW. Well, I'm sure he'll tell you that if it were reasonable to expect that your average woman these days would be like that, then he probably wouldn't be MGTOW. Bullet. But am I correct or no? No, I can't be with someone. Social skills is something you can easily copy, but caring with someone is something I can't do. Said who? How do you know that? You're just making those decisions based on what you think you know, when you know that you don't know it.
Sleep with who they want, men sleep with who they can.
Facts.
What's the difference between shaming a woman for being a slut and shaming a man for being an incel? In other words, why are women shamed for having too much sex while men are shamed for not getting any sex?
Well, women can't have sex without being attached in some way. It's just in our innate.
What do you mean they can't have sex?
Not that they can't have sex. They can't have sex without having some type of emotional attachment.
Why do you think men?
So Trey, I'm going to push back a tiny bit because Trey says, "I'm not going to lie, bro. You sound real hurt." I'm assuming you're talking to No Freedoms, and this is how women speak to men. He started this whole thing by saying he was completely fine with not being in the dating market. He may have been hurt, but that doesn't mean that you must have been through some horrible experience to decide you don't want to swim through a sea of bullshit. Let's not go too far on the deep end, off the deep end. And what is that even, even if he is hurt, what is that? Why is this supposed to be helpful? Let's try to be a little bit more conscious.
More likely to be able to have sex without feelings than women.
Because you guys are made to procreate.
The name is involuntary.
Okay, let's go. We're back here. You tell me. Could be just fashionable. Hanging out with this thing. Or it could be a dude.
celibate, so the man is not choosing.
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice for that one.
Oh,
but
yeah.
us females, we definitely have a choice to be a slut or not.
Well, because women control access to sex.
I control whether you take my clothes off or not.
We do. Don't women have a choice to be a slut, but a man doesn't have a choice to be an incel?
Yeah.
So then why would it be worse to call a woman a slut than it is to call a man an incel?
I don't know why it would be worse.
But our society labels it as worse.
Positile, this is my own clinic. We are here. And well, actually, the Discord is more like my own clinic. So if you are not in the was that the rating for those two chicks? If you're not in the Discord, make sure you're in the Discord.
They label being an incel worse than being a slut?
Well, in other words, a lot of women resent being called a slut when they have
Correct.
a choice to be a slut, but it's okay for men to be called incels when men don't have a choice to be an incel because men don't control access to sex.
I think men don't have the choice on what they're doing, but nowadays with social media going the way it is, women have actually embraced slut. And that's the problem.
Do you think
she ain't wrong? This fucking dude and his dirt lip. Either shave or shave. That's not a mustache.
Today are more interested in relationships or hookups?
You know, I would say more hookups today.
Why?
Because they have all these rappers, you know, saying, influencing them, like trying to, basically they're trying to play the role as men, you know, they're trying to play us out of our money, and it's bullshit.
Me personally, I'm more interested in relationships. Women nowadays, I think, are more worried about their careers and hookups.
So if women are more interested in hookups, how can a man let a woman know he just wants to hook up without making her feel like a slut?
There isn't a way, no matter what.
So aren't we kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't?
Yes, you are.
Would you rather have the best sex you've ever had or the best food you've ever eaten?
Best food you ever eaten. Yeah, food for sure.
Best food I've ever eaten.
I'm a foodie. I like.
Would you rather eat all the junk food you want without gaining weight or have unlimited sex without being slut shamed?
Unlimited sex without being slut shamed.
She belonged to the streets. So no freedom's answer. Has been hurt? Don't know. Yeah, I just realized life at a young age. I don't feel the same like others do. A lot of women I talked to was in their 50s to 60s. For some reason, they have good things to say. Yeah, man, that's not very typical. That doesn't mean it's bad. But I'm very concerned about what your life is going to look like in 30 years if you decide to just settle in this way. I think that nothing about learning and developing social skills means that you have to spend time with anybody. But I don't know how you're going to be happy when you don't have people around you. It's not the same when you're, we have the internet. Hey, you'll always have me. I'll always be here. And I'm doing my damnedest. I am doing my best to build this channel and the Discord into a legitimate, real community. But it's going to take time. I don't know. It's going to take time. So, you're not... Do you have a different name in Discord, or are you not in the Discord? Either way, no freedoms. Please, please, please do join the Discord. I would love to be able to just talk to you about some more of this stuff. Have a place where if I'm not here, that we're all hanging out together. So join that Discord.
Who are the bigger slut shamers, men or women?
Women.
Why are there men who shame women for being sluts when men also complain about how hard it is to get laid? Are those the same men?
No. I think the men that are calling women sluts are looking for a woman that aren't sluts.
If a woman's body count doesn't matter, why is it typically the first thing women bring up to shame another woman they are jealous of? In other words, why would a woman ever slut shame another woman?
Because they know. They know. It doesn't matter how much fucking liberal feminist bullshit that you put out there and tell them that they can have as much sex as they want. They know. It's innate. It's innate in their minds that they know this isn't how things are supposed to be done. And so, you know, society, the media, whatever the fuck you want to call, will throw the message, the opposite message at them enough that they can compartmentalize. But clearly, when you hold them to it, women know that their value comes from their purity in a dating context. It comes from their purity. And that's biology.
Because they know deep down body count does matter.
Is the main reason women don't want to be easy is
I think that's a case by case, Lotos.
Because they don't want to be shamed, or could it be that they don't want to relinquish their sexual power over men?
I don't think either one of those. I think the reason why women don't want to be easy is because we don't want to have a body count, because we want to find somebody that wants us for who we are, and the guys that we're looking for don't want a woman with high body count.
Why is it okay for women to feel entitled to be protected and provided for, but it's wrong for men?
Oh, yo, we're not even at 10 likes. Can we give me the 10 likes, guys? I would really, really appreciate that. If you haven't hit the like button, it's free.
Men to feel entitled to sex and intimacy.
I think after being provided for so long, and once you're comfortable in the relationship, that men are going to expect for you to be intimate with them at a certain point.
Are women doing men a favor by giving them sex?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
for a moment.
If a woman rewards a man with sex, why is there still pressure on him to perform and satisfy her?
I feel like men can be selfish.
But girls will not come back if they're not like doing well. Yeah.
Well, why should a man have to earn the opportunity to please you sexually?
Because women get to decide everything in other species, so why not human species?
Okay, but then if that's true, then why do we complain about being in a male-dominated patriarchy where men control women?
Because we don't have anything else to complain about. Our life is so perfect. But we have to be victims. Why else would my hair be blue and red and purple? Because I'm a victim of Chad surfing.
Because it's the hunter and gatherer type of discussion. Because we had to stay at home and wait for the men to come and hunt and bring that shit back to us for us to like cook and shit. So that's where it started.
Are there female incels?
So, No Freedom says, yeah, I will join Discord soon. What you waiting on, homie? What you waiting on? It's one click of a button. And we're starting, I was just going to say, I'm down to watch if you guys are down, we could watch the first episode of Game of Thrones tonight, right after this. But that's a whole other thing. So, I will join the Discord soon. But the thing is, I find happiness in other. But the thing is, I find happiness in things others don't. You find happiness in things others don't. I see life differently than most. The Greeks would have called me a misanthrope. Fair enough. You know, you do you, homie. I'm not looking to dictate how anybody lives their life. I just want to make sure that, you know, if you guys are here spending time with me, and I really appreciate that I have some way to I don't know, just fucks with y'all, man. Well, she said, I hit the like button when I came in. Thank you, sir. and shared in a couple of Discords. Oh, bullets for teeth, sharing the video. That's what I'm talking about. Don't know where everyone is at the moment, but I'll give you a shout out in my next live too. Gang, bro. Always. That's what we need. Small creators sticking together. Actually, I don't even know how small. How many you have? I lost the page, but thank you.
I think so, maybe.
Would it be fair for society to shame a lonely old cat lady for being involuntarily celibate?
No.
How likely are men to have sex with a lonely woman out of pity?
I guess it depends on who you ask. I'd say pretty likely.
How likely are women to have sex with lonely men out of pity?
Oh, unlikely. They just want men that are rich and famous.
How likely are women to have sex with lonely men out of pity?
Not so likely.
Why is that?
Because a woman wants a man that looks strong and feels strong, and she feels like she's going to be protected, and that's what they look for. So if you look like you're the weak one cowering in the corner, she's probably not going to go up to you.
So Puzzle says, I would love to give my time and body to a woman that I love so she can have everything and be happy. But please, just make me a damn sandwich. That's all I need. And at least show some gratitude. So many of us are like this. So many of us. Oh, hey, look, we're back to these two. So many of us have no issue being a monogamous guy who, will go to your friend's birthday party and all the shit. But y'all just ain't worth it. Y'all ain't worth it. You don't even know. You don't even know what some of us are willing to do for y'all. There's a scene in How I Met Your Mother, the best sitcom ever. Fucking piece of hair. And Jason Segel's character is in a long-term relationship, eventually gets married to Allison Hannigan's character. And there's a scene where Neil Patrick Harris, Barney's character, is in a new relationship, and he's trying to say, like, oh, you should do this. He's like, oh, isn't that adorable? You've been in a relationship for 2 weeks, and now you think you can call the shots and whatever. And he's like, I've forgotten more about foot rubs and this, that, than you'll ever know. There's a skill of being in a relationship that Positile is talking about. And it's not easy. And it's not always fun and directly, it doesn't always have a direct one-to-one benefit. But as men, we are wired to want to do that. We are wired to want to provide, to give. All we ask is a little gratitude. That's all.
Think that there are these issues, like if you were more confident, or if you just like put yourself out there more.
Oh, yeah. So let's again, I want what do you guys think of her voice? I'm gonna back it up because I wasn't listening, but
Going to be prepared. She's probably not going to go up to you.
Men think that there are these issues, like if you were more confident, or if you just like put yourself out there more, you just like, F it, whatever, just do it.
Easy for you to say, bitch.
Guarantee you, it doesn't matter what the woman's standards are. That's what they're attracted to.
Yeah.
It's so easy for you to be like, well, I'm the one making all the decisions and taking what I want and leaving what I don't. So you just do it. That doesn't mean anything unless you are already attracted to me. And I'm going to guess she looks to be about 5'7", 5'8". There's nothing in the world that I could do if she wasn't already primed to say, okay, just because he's shorter than me, that doesn't matter. If she's not already primed for that, there is nothing that I could do short of slapping her in the face with $10,000.
Let me ask you this. So if you woke up tomorrow and you were a guy and you wanted to get laid like most guys do, how would you do it?
I'd go to a bar, find my pretty girl sitting at the bar, sit down, and I'd ask them if I could buy them a drink. Literally. That's all you have to do. Make yourself there. Present yourself. Be confident.
I understand that, but if that was true, why would there be so many guys who complain about being stuck in the friend zone?
Because they're too busy trying to be the nice guy. They're not
too busy trying to be the nice guy. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because I am a chronic friend zone, or I was. I wasn't trying to be a nice guy. I'm just a nice guy. In fact, if I knew better, I would have purposely treated you like shit. I just didn't know any better. Well, it depends on what you're picking them up for, but
not actually presenting themselves that they want this. They're looking like the friend, so we see them as a friend.
Do you prefer a man who is a gentleman or a bad boy?
I like a gentleman.
Is it fair to say
Not the cap.
Women lust after bad boys that want to settle down with nice guys?
Yes.
How do bad boys treat women?
Like shit.
What's the difference between a man who spoils his woman and a man who's whipped?
What's the difference between a man?
Frame. This is why the red pill is important. This is why as much bullshit and just blowing hot air up dudes' asses can come from red pill content. That's why it's still so important. Because understanding the concept of maintaining frame in a relationship is precisely the answer to this question. Let's hear it again.
How do bad boys treat women?
Like shit.
What's the difference between a man who spoils his woman and a man who's whipped?
What's the difference between a man that spoils his woman and a man that's whipped?
His level of consent and his part in happiness in...
Fair enough. I didn't expect to get anything out of her, but she's right. If you are, and bring it back to the dog walking analogy, and this goes for men or women, so fucking get the fuck out of here with your bullshit. I was saying, when you're teaching a dog to walk on a leash, even though in the end you intend on letting them stop to sniff this, that, whatever, you can't stop every single time the dog stops, or you can't go left every time. You have to lead first. And then when the dog understands that you are the leader, then you can be gracious enough to say, okay, yeah, I'll let you sniff this. That's the difference. Good. You should be offended. You are a dog.
Doing whatever he's doing for his woman. If he's not happy doing it, if he's resenting her,
it depends on the authority that he puts down. Like, there can be a man that spoils his woman in a certain way. He takes her to dinner, he takes her out, he takes her on vacation. And then there's the men that literally bow down hand and foot for their women, that their women are running all over them.
If a woman expects to be spoiled, doesn't that mean she expects her man to be whipped?
No.
Do men shame each other for being whipped the same way women slut shame each other for being easy?
yes.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I do know that men will shame their friends for being whipped, and I think that's a problem with the patriarchy.
Oh my God.
Does every incel hate women?
No.
Does every feminist hate men?
Yes.
Probably, yes.
He said probably.
Does every incel hate women?
I don't believe every incel hates
Panel's open, guys. Panel's open.
women. I think that they might be shyer than most men. I think more alpha males end up getting more sex than more beta males do.
Does every feminist hate men?
Yes. I'm not a feminist. I am more of a traditional woman, so I really can't speak on the feminist woman because I don't agree with most of them.
What is the patriarchy?
Patriarchy is... Let me describe this.
How do you define it?
Well, the old white men who have deemed what is acceptable for men and women, the roles of men and women, social norms, beliefs, fall back to
white men deciding for everybody.
And she had to bring race into it, even though, bitch, you are white. You're white. You're white. All right. Shout out to Sneeko. That's hilarious. All right, I think we got one more here. Oh, well, that was the last one I had. All right. So, I guess what I'm gonna do, because I need this for tomorrow. Hey, indie film in the building. Ba, 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 ba. What is good? We're looking at some street talking videos, and I'm gonna put. I just opened the panel, drop the link.
Thank you all for 200K.
And I'm just gonna pick a random one. Oh, female accountability. Yes, please. So I'm gonna play this through. I put the poll. If you guys are willing, if there is 2 or more people who are willing to watch Game of Thrones right now, and there's nobody that comes up on the panel, I'm just going to cut this short, go into Discord, and we'll watch that. So if you want to be here, make sure you're in the chat and stuff here. If you want to do that, then make sure you hit the poll. And in the meantime, we're just going to watch this while we wait, and then we going to do what we going to do.
What were some of the things that you were told about men while growing up?
I was told about men while I was growing up.
Yeah.
Not to get drunk around men.
Okay, so just like don't trust them?
Yes.
Okay. Just a fun one.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate yourself?
I'll definitely say a 10.
You're 10?
Yeah, a 10,
Okay.
of course.
Oh, honey, sweet baby. Oh, sorry. You ain't no 10. I mean, look kind of young. I don't even. I'm not.
There's no room for improvement, or
No, always room for improvement, but I just feel that I have a lot to bring to the table. So
I'm perfect. I can improve, but I'm perfect. Make that make sense. Hey, we got Bullets. What is good, brother?
Hello, brother. How you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad. What are you thinking of all this?
Hey, I'm very much enjoying the show. This is the first time that I've come across your channel. You actually popped up in my recommended, and I thought, this seems interesting. And I came in, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Awesome. I'm glad to be giving you something of value.
Yeah, I appreciate you dropping a link to my channel too as well. I've actually started producing content again. Some of the people in my community, in my MGTOW community, have inspired me to do that. And we just do good work over there. I've been MGTOW when I came in this community back since 2015, and I kind of like fancy myself as a MGTOW mentor, you know, and I've learned a lot about the red pill and the community and so forth like that. But my main goal is to help men get through what's called red pill rage. I'm not
I
sure
knew
if
you were
you're
gonna. As
familiar
soon as you said help men get through, I knew that you're gonna say red pill rage.
Yep.
Yeah, we a couple weeks ago we did a stream where Sneeko was talking to ABBA, and there was so much red pill rage there. And we were talking yesterday about how it seems like whether or not he had that actual, like what we were seeing was his red pill rage, or whether it was just him kind of playing up the character. It seems like he was going through that stage, and it seemed to be coming out a little bit more even keeled. So
that's kind of like my biggest gripe, you know, about the red pill community. It seems to perpetuate and keep people in that mindset without giving them a path out of it. You know, and a lot of them that I've been encountering have been there for so long. It's kind of like a crutch. It's become a crutch for them instead of helping them, you know, proceed to the next stage. You know, these red pill channels are just perpetuating it and just keep feeding it, and they don't have an answer, you know, for these men on how to get out of it and how to you know, go their own way. So I decided with the support of my community to start producing content again. There's another lady that I work with. Her channel is Good Mother, and Mandy runs that channel. She's done a lot of good work in at forming a hub that's connected a lot of these communities together. And it's an open forum for all men to come in, and we mentor each other. We have conversations and stuff, to help other, MGTOW men work through their red pill rage so that way they can move on in a positive fashion.
Awesome. Well, I think I have a young buck here. We got Trey in the building, and Trey was talking about how he would go insane without all this sex. How you doing, Trey?
It wasn't without all that sex. It was, I just can't go 6 years without it.
So I'm curious now that we, you have, we have the two of you. What do you think about? So let's talk about that position of feeling like I can't go 6 years without sex. What about that? And I'm sure, if we said 1 year or whatever, that you, whatever the time, you can't go a long period without sex. What do you think that is? Why can't you go? Like, what would happen if you went 6 years without having sex?
I don't know. I would honestly just take a long look at what am I doing with myself that I haven't done it. Definitely wouldn't go like extreme. I might over exaggerate it with the, losing my mind, but honestly, I couldn't fathom doing it. That it just doesn't even sound like commonplace for me to be like, yeah, I can go 6 years without doing it. Now, do I just like, I can go like, I'm going without it now. And so it's not like it's an issue, but it's one of the things where it does cross my mind and be like, I have women in my phone that I talk to frequently. And so it's like, it's not like it's an issue that I could or couldn't do it. But to go 6 years,
do you have any, because Trey specifically isn't struggling. He's, I mean, as far as I know,
I don't
but
know.
Good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, Trey is a young man going off the image, from his avatar here. What I say to young men like you that come into the red pill community, or the MGTOW community, is that I don't expect you to live the same lifestyle that I do as a MGTOW monk. Let me tell you something. Being a celibate monk of over 10 years, it takes a lot of discipline, fortitude, meditation. You're going to go through bouts of loneliness and sexual deprivation. It takes a lot of meditation to work through that. I don't expect young men like you, who are in their sexual prime, to follow the same lifestyle that I've chosen for myself. Okay, so the only thing that I would do for young men like you is advise you on the gynocentric landscape and how it's skewed against men, and all the gyno traps. What I in the gyno from the gynocentric landscape, that are laid out before you on the gynocentric highway. Okay, imagine, if you will, the highway is full of potholes, and these are the gyno traps that you have to be careful to avoid. Because that's what the MGTOW logo is. It's a warning sign. We put that warning sign up for a reason, to let you know to get off the highway because the bridge is out up ahead. So this is usually the basic format that I lay out for any young MGTOW, or what I call pleb MGTOW, that need to be educated on the gynocentric landscape, because the laws have been stacked against you. I think Terrence Popp said it best when he said that there are over 150 plus laws on the books that specifically benefit women, and there are 0 for men. So you need to be very, very careful that if you impregnate the wrong woman, you can very much wind up shoved through what I call the gyno judicial system. And the gynojudicial system, consists of the family courts, DV courts, domestic violence courts. I've been through that, and you can lose your rights. You can possibly lose your Second Amendment rights. You can lose your job, your house, your economic future can all be taken from you. So this is what I teach over on my channel. This is what, we teach each other over on Good Mother's channel. She has several channels, which are like a hub, for men to gather and have an open forum so we can discuss these topics and educate men on the pitfalls of having a relationship with a woman.
Awesome. Well, welcome to Indie Film. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thought I'd try 2 nights in a row. Although I didn't realize you were on tonight. I thought you were on Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Yep, that's the schedule. But I was bored and I missed you guys, so I was like, fuck it, let's see what we get. And we've been having fun. We're mainly going through the channel. It's complicated with the street talking videos. So what do you think about all this stuff?
Well, I didn't really catch anything, but with what Bullets was saying was, see you, Trey. My son's named Trey. So Bullets are you encouraging young men to wait till marriage for sex, committed relationships, or are you just encouraging?
Are you asking me or Bullets?
Bullets.
Asking me or Bullets? Go ahead.
I don't condone marriage, and the reason why is because the marriage laws are stacked against men. Historically, over the past few decades, the majority of all divorces, well over 80%, are filed by women. And it's kind of like it's a gyno trap. And for traditional minded men, when men, like I was traditionally minded, and when I came into the world and I was starting having relationships with women, and I started seeing other men who were getting married and just totally obliterated and demolished through the divorce courts, and being a wise man myself, I tried to always abstain from that, but back then I had a blue pill mindset. I really didn't understand what was going on. Even the first time, when I was falsely accused of domestic violence, it cost me over $15,000, to prove my innocence. I had to go through court and everything, and it happened a second time with a girlfriend when I was like 28 years old. She invited me over to her apartment. I didn't want to go, but she kept texting me, I want you to come over. I want you to come over. So I get over there and I'm sitting in the living room reading my Bible of all things, reading my scripture. And she's in the bathroom. I don't know what she's doing, but she comes out and just starts wailing on me. So I'm like, I'm out. I grab my Bible, my bag, and I'm out the door. And by the time I get down to my truck, the cops blocked me in. It was surreal. It's like, it took me less than 2 minutes to get down 3 flights of stairs and the key in my truck. And I'm sitting in my truck getting ready to leave. And the cops pull right in front of my truck and block me in. It's like the whole thing was set up. That cost me another $15,000 to prove my innocence. Oof. So these things happen. They happen all the time in my area where I live. In the past 10 years, I've seen over a dozen men get falsely accused. One gentleman in particular, he took his wife and kids to the 7-Eleven to get a Slurpee and a pack of cigarettes. And while he was in the store getting stuff, she was in the truck calling the police, saying that he kidnapped her and the kids. And they showed up and they took him down at gunpoint, handcuffed him, threw him in the cop car, handed her the keys, to his truck and his house, and they took him away to jail. And he was in there for over 30 days. So while he was in jail for over 30 days, her and her drug dealing boyfriend, Chad.
Of course, he's named Chad.
Yeah,
Of
yeah,
course.
making it up, right? Yeah, one of these chads that she was hooked up with, who was their drug dealer, sold off all his tools, sold off his house and everything he practically owned, sent his kids back to live with his parents, and she took off, So and
That's definitely just a small slice of what can happen. But
Yes.
I want to go back to Trey, and I'm just curious what you think of what Billets is talking about and the lifestyle he's talking about. What, how does that hit you?
Well, one, I just turned 30, so I've already been through the ups and downs of life. I already have kids. I'm a father. I've been a full-time single father, and so like I think red pill is so weird. I have I understand what it's for, and I understand what it's about. So I'm not crazy. I'm not naive to what it is. I'm not naive to the real world at all. I have my own horror stories. But I also think that I think so I heard one day, and this is the best way I can describe what I'm trying to say, is that sometimes the worst correction is an overcorrection.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're getting to the point where we want to preach traditional values and things, but then we also be like, F women, women are slut. Like, I think just the way we kind of preach the message is conflicting what we're trying to get our young man to actually do. And I think it also depends on who you're falling into and who you're listening to. Like I found red pill. I found red pill late in my life. Like, I wasn't hurt. I was broke, trying to figure out like how can I save money. Like I had a decent job and everything. I wasn't like broke, but like I couldn't save money. I lived check to check. So I typed in how to save money as a black man. Found Kevin Samuels. And then I found the roommates. And then I found Donovan Sharp and other guys. But I ended up in a rabbit hole of where it only became about women. And I was like, do any of y'all get pussy? Like, do y'all know? Like I've been dissed. I've been abused. I got beat up in front of the cops and arrested. I've had times where I couldn't see my children out of spite. So like I said, I'm not naive to the real world. I'm not crazy. And I don't think like, this shit is a myth. I know this shit is real. But at the same time, I think we're starting to teach our men to hate more than anything. Like, I think the message is really coming off as hate instead of what we think we're preaching. I promise. Like, even just listening to you, Bullets, no disrespect, you made excellent points and everything you said was right. But some men, like I legit know a friend, he heard that story, he'd be like, yeah, because I fucking hate these bitches. And this is why these bitches. And it's like, bro, calm down.
Right.
Calm down. Fuck that
So
bitch.
Trey.
You're right. But we don't need to think that that's all women. And I think
it's not.
Right.
No.
I don't think anybody is saying it's all women. I think the underlying message is that these women exist and you have to be aware of that. And so you said earlier, you didn't know much about the red pill. And it doesn't sound like you were ever the blue pill beta type. But for people like me and Bullets, who that seems to be our more natural default, we needed to get this information secondhand because it wasn't natural to us.
So did you guys?
Go ahead, Anyfilm.
Did you guys? What about your fathers? I know, IndianJesus, your fathers in your life. What about you, Bullets and Trey? Is your father in your lives? Was he there when you were growing up, or did you have a stepfather or a father figure?
I had a stepfather. He passed away in 2003.
My father's in his 25th year of his 66-year sentence.
Yeah, I grew up in I guess you would say, a traditional modern nuclear family. My parents were married, for like 33, 34 years, something like that. So I was fortunate. Even though he was my stepdad, he was a good man. Did right by me.
So you essentially, Bulletson, you had kind of a good example of a relationship, your parents growing up. That was kind of like, you had that to, see what it could be or what it should be.
Right. That's the example that I assumed that I would encounter. That wasn't the case.
Mm.
And if I could say what Trey was talking about with women, if I could interject that really quick, I do have women over in my community, and they're concerned because they can see that this is also affecting their prosperity as well and their prospects in the dating and marriage market as well. So they're very much in, they understand the red pill, what MGTOW's about and everything, and they've taken an anti-feminist stance.
Oh, I definitely understand what you're saying. Like, I don't disagree with the message. I think,
but sounds like there was a but coming.
Because I started to sound like a woman. But when you hear certain guys in red pill, and not you, Mr. Bullets, of course, but when you hear certain guys in the red pill, they sound so mad.
Oh,
well, that's
reapers.
Yeah, we talk about how that the red pill should be a pit stop. I say that all the time. The red pill should be a pit stop. And again, especially for people like Bullets and myself who don't have this type of red pill awareness inherently, and it needed, and I don't know about you, but I needed it spoon fed to me. So now I get it, but it just didn't. I didn't click like that. And even though, I had an amazing family structure. My parents were together. My dad's a doctor, but in its own way, because he was a doctor, because he was working all the time, I rarely, was able to see him compared to somebody else who had their father in the home. And so there's a lot of, and I'm not complaining by any means, but there's a lot of influence that I got from my mom, where you would expect the father's role to come into play, just because, my dad was at work and mom had to take that role. And so it's definitely information that is super, super relevant. And then once you understand, that's when you need to move on, and not meaning you can't watch red pill content anymore, but like you guys were saying earlier, where or Trey, you were saying it becomes like, they're addicted to it. It becomes their new thing. Instead of being addicted to women, now they're addicted to hating on women.
Yeah.
And well, it's like this, let me explain to you my experience if you want to hear it.
Please.
When I came across MGTOW, I just built a new computer, and I was on YouTube, and this MGTOW stuff kept coming up, and I just kept, ignoring it for like well over a month, more than likely. And then finally this one video popped up by a man by the name of Terrence Pop, and the name of the video is "What is MGTOW?" And I watched that video like 10 times in a row, and everything that happened in my past just coalesced into a big, huge ball of rage as I realized that there was nothing wrong with me. There was something wrong with society itself. And that's what perpetuated my red pill rage, and I came across some groups of men online that were also exposed to this, and we pretty much coalesced into an echo chamber, and we were just so laser focused on being pissed off at the world, pissed off at women. We didn't see a way out, because going through that rage is like therapy. It took me a little over 2 years to come out of it, and one of my friends, Lori, she was kind of like my second thought. She kept orbiting around my community and stuff, and and she wanted to hang around on my channel. I'm like, okay, you could be my second thought, and talking to her back and forth, because there's, to be honest with you, there's certain things that you can say to a woman. You can't have a conversation with a man. You can't say the same things, and you just need somebody that's going to listen, and I think that's probably what helped me come out of it. Some men haven't come out of it. I just recently met a man, actually, he's from India, and he's a good friend of mine, and he's kind of like, to me, he's kind of like the Deepak Chopra of MGTOW. He's very analytical. He's got a lot of cool philosophy and everything, but he told me that he was in red pill rage for 7 years. I'm like, man, dude. And a lot of guys are still over there in it. There's got to be a way out. So that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here to help them.
Listen. Okay, so excuse me. Hold on just a sec. What's MGTOW? I have no idea.
Oh, so you want to take that one?
Yeah. MGTOW is an acronym for Men Going Their Own Way. It started, it was created actually systemic from feminism, when the feminist, told, the MRA to go their own way, that because the women didn't want us anymore. And that's pretty much what gave birth to the MGTOW movement. And the great sages like Barbarossa, Stardust, over at Thinking Ape, and others like Sandman, Terrence Popp, they define MGTOW as self-ownership, taking control of your own life and turning your back on gynocentrism and the gynocentric, landscape, which encompass the social market, the dating market, marriage market, and divorce market.
So I'm a little curious, because for me, I don't consider myself a MGTOW, because they're like, every once in a while I'll hop on a dating app. If I'm out, I'm definitely talking to girls. I'm trying, so it's more of just a general monk mode type of way that I just happen to exist in that way. I don't put much effort into women, but I've not taken that exit. I'm curious where you mentioned how there's a lot of meditation and sexual frustration. What has you going to stick to MGTOW principles versus kind of just living the way that I am, where I'm not really you're not really going after it, but you're not necessarily stuck to this, that, or the other?
Right. Well, first things first, MGTOW is it's not an ideology, it's not a cult or religion. It's just something that you live. Mm-hmm. And our three main tenets are, we're not your protector, we're not your provider, and we're not your sex objects or ATM machines. And those are pretty much the main tenets that we live by. We're very anti-feminist and anti-marriage. We don't pay into that system. Some of us, in MGTOW, they do date. They do still associate with women, but they, kind of like pickup artists, we call those the pump and dumpers. And then you have MGTOW, that still have relationships with women, and they keep them at arm's length. They never get to come into the castle keep, And then you have, your, dudes way off to the side. Those are the red pill ragers that have totally swore off women, and they're never going to allow, they don't want to talk to them. They don't want to see them. They don't want anything to do with them whatsoever. They just want to be left alone. And if they're happy with that, that's fine. But the problem in that region over there is that there's a lot of rage, and they just can't.
Well, I was going to say that's more where you're getting into the black pill of like, oh, it's never gonna be better, and and that's really where you don't want to be, because you're just kind of soaking in your own what's the word?
Right. It's toxic, and it's not healthy. So my approach is to try to focus these gentlemen on a positive goal. Like there's one gentleman just recently in our community.
Well, we have right here, we have from No Freedoms says, I hate everything in life. One must give off hate in order to move on. However, those that live in it will consume them. Or be like me and realize you can't hate or get mad at childish things.
You should
I want to
come
throw
over
that
to
to
my
you
channel,
before
hang out. No Freedoms. You know, I have some videos over there that might interest you. You know, my mentoring videos.
Indie Film, what do you think about this?
Well, I just want to know: is your goal then, you know, getting these men, boys away from this red pill rage? Is that getting them into a mindset or in a philosophy that they can be in a relationship at some point, or they can be celibate, live as men, and not be around, you know, in a relationship, but still be fulfilled and happy?
Well, I tell the young men that come in our community, I don't expect them to live the same lifestyle that I do, you know, but, you know, one individual that I had a debate with recently mentioned that he assumed that MGTOW is about saving men. So you got these guys coming in here and they want to save each other. They got the wrong message. You know, if they go back and they listen to Stardust, if they go back and listen to Barbarossa, you know, they would learn, you know, they need to go back and, you know, listen to what those guys are talking about, that MGTOW isn't about saving men. It's about saving yourself, you know, so, and coming, you know, about getting through your rage and actualization, self-actualization, and finding a goal to move forward in life. Like this one individual, you know, who just recently created a vehicle. It's like I can't talk to right now. It's weird, but he made a video talking about how he just bought some property in Hawaii and how he's going to, you know, build his own B&B, you know, and start a tour business in Hawaii. And he's like, look, guys, look what I've done. Look what I've built. Look at this goal that I've achieved. You can do this too. You know, and that's the question that I'm posing to the majority of the red pill communities and channels out there, where I want to see more examples like that, because they're not being produced. So these guys that are hooking up in these red pill channels and just being stoked, you know, and perpetually stoked into this red pill rage, they're not producing anything positive, you know, and they're being held back, you know, and I think it's just for clicks and subscribers, you know.
Right.
So seriously, you know, I'm trying to bring this to everybody's attention that there's a problem with the red pill community.
With the guy in Hawaii, you know, that's great doing that, but what I don't understand is he couldn't have done that with a girlfriend or a wife. Somehow that would be interfering with his independence and his ability to do that, or I just see, like, you know,
finding a like-minded woman these days that is, you know, going to be supportive of your goals, you know, isn't really, you know, economically feasible, you know, for men that have seen other men run through the system, you know.
Right, but that also, I mean, it's in. I agree with you, but on the other hand, if you've been MGTOW for 10 years, the dating landscape has changed a lot in that time. So what authority do you have to talk about things that you are not engaging in?
My authority is this: there are over 150 plus laws on the books that circumvent the Constitution of the United States that pretty much render all men second-class citizens to another gender. Those laws are still on the books. You know, women have a
well, you know, my experience is different.
This way. Women have a bigger legal dick than we do, gentlemen. That's a fact.
Hold on. Andy, from what you're saying?
I'll just say I got married young, had a child at 23, got divorced at 25. Ended up, my ex got remarried, was going to move a couple states away, went through a custody battle, which I won because I was involved in my son's life while we were separated, while we were divorced. I actually got child support from her. So, I mean, I know it's tough, but if you're involved and you're taking steps and you're doing things, I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's completely rigged. I know it's tilted towards the wife, but a lot of times, or the mother, but a lot of times there's also the father's gone, you know, is not involved. I think if the father's involved, the court, I mean, I had a male judge, so I don't know if that helped or not. My father was an attorney. My stepfather was a psychologist, so I was prepped. So I'm sure I came off better in court than maybe I would have if I didn't have them in my life to give me advice. But, you know, I don't see, I actually see, you know, for men, you know, as having children, having a family is a stabilizing thing and is a good thing. And that men can be lost without that. Of course, I've been married twice and I'm working on my third marriage, so I don't know if I'm the best person to listen to, but.
And I can personally speak from the other side of, like, you know, being on child support and constantly in and out of court for it. I think we've turned child support into the boogeyman.
I'm just gonna stay quiet for now.
we have started improperly teaching our young men child support as well. Like when you were talking about how a lot of that money goes to the state, a lot of that is because men tell young men, like, man, don't pay that shit. Don't, like, go get you a job that pays under the table and, you know, make your money. Don't worry about that. But those same men are 60, 70 years old still working that job because they didn't never pay on it. So now when they try to go get a regular job at 40 something, half their whole check is gone. But you had time to prevent that. Like one of the steps I took, I put my son on my insurance at work. So now I don't have to pay for his medical through child support. I just pay for it through my insurance, and it's way more cheaper. So there are steps, there are loopholes, like in everything. It works just like a tax system almost. I think if we teach our young men more better and more properly how to work it as well, because it works in our favor too. My baby mama get the wilding. Hey, judge, hey, check this out. I need to see receipts. She ain't let me see them. I documented it. I got my police report if I got to do all that. But it puts her just in the bind just as much. They don't teach that. So if we teach young men instead of turning them into the boogeyman, we turn everything into the boogeyman in red pill. Me personally, that's how I feel about it. And
so let's real quick. I want to go to Posital. Just joined the panel here. Welcome. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great, and I'm happy, you know, being here, especially because I really want to ask some questions to Bullets, because I really want to. Because I'm sorry for my ignorance, but I'm still trying to understand Midtown. So is Midtown almost like giving up on being a traditional man? Bullets, I mean.
Yeah. Let me put it to you this way. You know, the traditional modern nuclear family with all the laws, you know, the divorce laws, the family court laws, you know, you have things out there called no-fault divorce, where at any time, you know, the person that you're married to can, you know, pretty much, you know, file for divorce and cash in for all the cash and prizes, you know, and you're left, you know, on the street wondering what the hell just happened.
Yeah.
So the idea of a traditional modern nuclear family, I think, is dead. You know, if you're fortunate enough to find somebody who's like-minded with you, who wants to build what I call legacy, you know, and build a family, you know, and a woman that wants to, you know, have, you know, children and establish that legacy and become a matriarch, you know, you're very, very fortunate. But that's also very, very rare. I mean, if you look at the statistics, I mean, marriage has fallen down to 17%. You know, divorce rates are starting to fall because nobody's getting married anymore.
Right.
So it's like, so it's just like saying, you know, it's enough. You know, we have to stop trying and just go on our own way. You know what I mean?
I think it's changed that, you know, the majority of men who do have relationships with women, do not want to make it, to where the state has any jurisdiction over that relationship, what a marriage license allows the state to overrule your marriage.
Yeah, the government. Yeah.
Basically, a man's home is no longer his castle. It's her castle now. They
Temporarily, yeah.
With the Duluth model, no fault divorce, and all these other, family court laws, they basically handed the castle keys over to her.
Yeah.
And skewed everything against the man to destroy the family. And this has been going on for a long time. Ever since after World War II, it's been building up to that. And it culminated with the welfare state.
So let's go
I
to
agree
some...
with that. I think like
I
the
have a
whole
quick
with
question.
Johnson and the I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just bullets, and not to be rude or, think that I'm being, rude, but do you not think that you're perhaps teaching men a more pessimistic view of finding companionship with women?
Well, I don't if they want to have a relationship with women, that's fine, but they know the risks involved. Right. I'm not here to stop dudes from dating or getting married. I'm just here to tell you what's going to happen to you when you do.
There you go. So let's go to No Freedom's got a couple comments here. It says, at the end of the day, it's just pointless to get mad and talk about childish and useless things you can't change. Just don't bring that to the future youth.
That's why we need to fight about it, because you don't want to bring that thing to the future youth,
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. But what is, what we determine is childish and useless is going to be different for different people.
Yeah.
He said, and he said, yeah, I work with men who cried, who can't see their children, and I'm good.
Yeah.
And I'm right there with you. But I'm not, that happens when, for the most part, when you haven't taken the steps to properly vet, your situation. Of course, with no fault divorce, it can always become your situation. But again, I come back to the idea that I was talking about before of actually having that experience, having that connection with a woman is something that I think absolutely is worth the risk if it's legit. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I think
in my community we have. Go ahead.
Well, hold on. Any film you want to go
No,
first?
go ahead. No, I was just gonna say, I think that the primary thing to be teaching young men is to be choosy. There's plenty of women out there. There's plenty of women out there that are feminists, but there's plenty of women out there that have your same ideas, your same goals. And to be on the lookout, and don't settle, that she's hot and I'm going to get hooked up with her, oh yeah, she's a crazy feminist that's like, a super Biden supporter or whatever. And I'm not, but she's so hot, I don't care. And then a year down, 2 years, 3 years, you're like, well, I guess we got to get married. And then a year into that marriage, you're like, I made a big mistake and now I got a kid and she's still nuts.
Yeah.
I think you just we got to teach young men to be choosy and not just in relationships, but in who you surround yourself with. If you want to be successful in whatever business, find people successful in that business and surround yourself with those people. Hang out with those people. Don't hang out with the kids in high school that are doing weed every night and playing Nintendo or whatever the kids play today, Warzone, which is what I play
As someone
all day.
who is pretty successful while playing Madden and smoking a blunt right now,
I got 3 joints rolled up.
I do both.
So this one I think is directly, more specifically at Trey, because you were saying how in the red pill community everything is seen to be as the boogeyman. So Freedom says you do realize that if you have a high paying job and get fired, you might still have to pay that high amount, right? Child support is the boogeyman because a lot of women don't use it for the children. So
And
let's
we
go to
don't-
Trey. Yeah.
And we don't teach our men to go and get a pay reduction. You do have to let the courts know that, hey, I changed jobs, my pay has changed. They will adjust it. which is something we don't teach.
Well
like literally, you can literally go when COVID hit, they literally had a program that would stop child support, like where you didn't have to pay. I bet we told no man.
Oh yeah, there was no commercials for that one. No commercials for that.
No, that's why we have forums like this, so I can talk to guys like Trey, and we can share this information, and I can pass it along.
Exactly. That's what we're doing here. That is exactly what we're doing here.
I I've said it on here before. Like I want to start a channel to teach young men how to properly co-parent and how to deal with child support. Because if we keep talking about there's so many young men who are dealing with bad baby mamas, don't know how to cope. So let's help teach them. Because I feel like we either talk to the young man who never going to get none and is trying to learn how to get some, or we're talking to young men who are already excelling in life and you're trying to keep pushing them. But I think we forget about the middle ground, the ones who weren't necessarily bad kids, aren't necessarily into bad things, but they get women. They like to think with their dickhead. So that's their issues. They're not in and out the streets. They're not being just the worst person in America, but yet they have a good thing with women. I've never struggled with women. So when I found Red Pill, it was a lot different because I never struggled with women. So I looked at this whole community completely different because I was like, okay, y'all go through that. All right, cool. But why do you sound so angry about it? And so I didn't understand.
We didn't know.
Yeah, so I was like,
whoa.
Okay.
I grew up watching. Oh shit! I grew up. Well, hold on. Why the fuck is this doing this? Hold on, give me 1 second. I grew up watching, fucking Disney and shit, and assuming that every girl, if I like her, then as long as I be nice to her and I tell her that she's pretty and I get her flowers and all that shit, that she's gonna like me. They didn't tell me that my height matters. They didn't tell me that is not how women view it. That being a nice guy is not what it is. And so a lot of us are like that. A lot of us need that smack in the face the same way a lot of women need that brick wall of realizing that they are not a 10 or they don't deserve a 10.
I want to go back to something that you said just a second ago about teaching young men things. And I think an important thing to teach young men who have children, whether they are married or not, maybe they had a baby at 19 or 20 and they've got a crazy ex, the baby's mom's nuts, that they have to fight through that and support that and be a father to that child. Because I think many men will just be like, okay, well, fuck that bitch, I'm out of here. But those kids suffer, and then you have another generation worse off than the current generation. And you have to teach those young men, hey, you didn't count on this, maybe you didn't plan on this, but this is a situation, and you have to stand up and man up and be a father no matter how crazy she is.
And I first off, 1000% agree. And so my slight pushback to that would be, I've been through the worst of the worst. I've been, at Hell's Gates. I've been in jail because I want to go see my child. And, I've been through the lows of wanting to see my child. And to some men, it gets to a point like, yo, I don't want to deal with that no more. So, I mean, do I look at him funny still? Yeah. But do I kind of understand it? Yeah. So I don't believe that no man should just give up. So that's why I think, one, I have a homeboy. I love my homeboy to death. Like, most people would see him and think he's what's wrong with the black community. I'll be real, he the plug. He do, hood rat shit with his hood rat friends. But he has his sons with him everywhere he goes. He has them ready for school every morning, takes them to school himself. He's a disciplinary. He's been with the same woman his whole life. But he met that girl when he was 16, and he absolutely despises her. And he wants to leave so bad. And I'd be like, bro, just put yourself on child support, file for joint custody. You've been there from the beginning. So they won't give you back child support. But the moment I give him good advice, he hops out the car, be talking to one of his friends. He be like, yeah, bro, I think I'm gonna just take it to court. Man, you stupid as hell, bro. They gonna put you on child support. You gonna be broke. And it's like, bro, y'all literally, we're giving this man a way out so he can still be in his kid's life. But then we turn around and that same way out that can help him, we turn it into the monster. So now he like, yeah, bro, you right, man. Fuck that shit. I ain't finna be broke the rest of my life. When it's a lot different when you actually go file for the custody. When you actually go initiate things, it's way different.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that goes back to surrounding yourself with people that what you want to be or what you want to achieve. And if you surround yourself with people that are like, fuck that bitch, don't do this, don't do that.
So I'll say this though.
You know, they're going to give you bad advice.
And I'll say this though. There's some very sharp young men right on YouTube that says the same exact thing. Some very sharp looking
guys
young
like
men.
you.
But I'm just saying, like, there are some very, you know, high.
They're saying what? They're saying what?
You know, like
what exactly
that are pushing the, you know, child support is the boogeyman. You don't deal with that. Like the same way that like I just explained
as opposed
it, like,
to in comparison to what? I'm not.
Well,
too
not
familiar.
necessarily in comparison to what you should do to get through it, because I understand that that's not something that's really talked about. But just we keep telling, like, I don't think most men would actually realize to go not put themselves on child support, but just to file for joint custody. Just something that simple changes the whole dynamic than her being or her going to go get child support. It changes the whole dynamic with you just filing for joint custody versus her having to file for you. So you see what I'm saying?
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I totally agree that
Dude,
taking that first step.
There's red pill content in and of itself. I mean,
There
you
you
should
go.
really, like, if you get a chance, you know, to engage, you know, young men, and you're teaching them how to navigate themselves through this system. You know, that's red pill right there.
So we got a question for Trey.
Do.
We got a question for Trey from No Freedom. It says, will you want your child to go through the same thing you went through? Or if red pill could help him in his life, would you allow it?
Yes and no. My life was actually fairly easy. Like, even though my dad's in prison, I come from a very stable household. My mom was a nurse. Sisters are very well off. My oldest is passed away, unfortunately, but my grandfather, he's the Don Corleone of my family. Like, he's a very soft-spoken man, but what he says goes. Like, even our family that's in other states, they almost pay homage type deal. Like, anytime it's anything. So, like, I grew up with a very solid man in my life. Very solid man. And even though I grew up with that, I call it going up Fool's Hill. Where, yeah, I was told, hey, man, you got to pay attention. You can't be out there just doing woo, 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 woo. But then it's a lot different when you're 19 and you see a bad shorty in your face and she's actually willing to sleep with you. And y'all are actually sleeping together.
Well, but hold on, though, because you're saying that is something that happened all the time for you.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
but what I think is, you know, and I want to get back to the specific question No Freedom's asked, but
well, yeah, I was going.
But you know, again, you were talking about how you know, with you personally, there might be you know, an aspect of addiction, and if they're from you know, a young age, if you were getting female attention and you didn't find a way, or you didn't develop the skills to navigate that with your own best interest at the forefront, then how do you think people like me and Bullets, who, you know, no girls were looking at us, and then finally we got some attention, do you not see how the experience that you got all through your young life dealing with girls, that if we didn't have any, that we would need somebody to fill, somebody like you to fill us in on what's good?
Well, yeah. Yeah, when you put the question in that way. So I was thinking more so in my child's personal life, because I have a son. I have a 9-year-old son, and the way I am with him, I'm like I joke with him, I make fun of him, and when he looks at me, he makes fun of me back. Like when he's outside, I let him be outside. I want him to bump his head, because sometimes bumping your head is the best life experience, and then I'm there to teach you where you went wrong. I'm there to give you advice in the future. Hey, look ahead of this. This is the type of pitfall you could go through. But at the same time, as a father and also trying to raise a man, you do also have to, all right, I gave you the advice. I'm going to step back, walk the path.
Okay, so if we go back to the question itself then, the idea would be, the framing for this question, because you're red-pilled, then we would expect for do you have a son? Do you have a son?
Yeah, I have a 9-year-old.
9-year-old, yeah, I remember. So we can expect that you are going to be the teacher of the red pill tenants to your son because you know them. But the question from No Freedoms is, I think, maybe a little bit more relevant if we add some hypotheticals. So, okay. And I say hypotheticals. I don't know your baby mama. I don't, whatever. It's just a hypothetical. So let's say that all the time that she spends with your son, she's poisoning his mind with gynocentric feminist bullshit. And now he looks at you sideways because of what she has told him. Do you feel like there is, even if it could sometimes be a little bit too angry or whatever, do you think that it would be beneficial for him to have access to those same red pill ideas from somewhere that's not you, because your message has been poisoned? You know what I mean?
So is it because my character myself has been attacked with my son, or is it
so
more
let's
so
say your
just...
baby mama says whatever she needs to say and has convinced him that you are a piece of shit?
Yes, absolutely, yes. I would recommend that my son finds red pill, and I would hope that he finds the right people.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think that's the way to go about it.
That was gonna be my question. Like, as a father, how would...
Hold on, Pascal, you want to?
Yeah, I just want to add like a personal experience throughout my life. I am Hispanic. You can tell about my accent. I'm a Hispanic boy. Okay. And I don't have family. I'm 20. I'm barely going through that. Hopefully process of having my own family. Anyways, so I was raised in a traditional family. The mom being in the kitchen as a Hispanic family, and the dad being a traditional man. And honestly, it's been I love it. I learned so many things from my father. He taught me to put responsibilities first, and then family, and then emotions for yourself. And the reason why you put responsibilities first, because if you don't take of your responsibilities, then you have no family.
Right.
So you need to take care of that first. That's one of the things my father taught me, and to my brother as well. And he's already 30, and he has his own family. Success. I want to say successful family, but I don't really want to. I don't really go.
We ain't gonna air dirty laundry. It's
exactly.
It's healthy enough, right?
Exactly. So, and they, it's been going great. And my mom, she's one of those traditional women, but don't think she's being oppressed or something like that. She's being, I want to say, she have everything she always wanted. We all work together. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say my family is perfect, but I'm trying to say that you can say this is a successful traditional family. What do you call it? Thing that work out. And I feel like it all, at the end of the day, it all goes in what you learn from your own family. Like, if you were raised in a single, mother family, you're probably not going to learn the same skills that your own father could have taught you, and I'm sorry if I'm saying this, maybe some of you might get offended, but it's the actual truth. I'm not be biased about this, what I'm about to say, but I feel like from all the experience that I have and I'm being looking at and researching about, it is more likely that immigrants or Hispanic families are more likely to succeed than Black families and white families and other families. And it's not. I feel like one of the main reasons because fathers are there and they're willing to risk everything to for their own. I'm not saying the other races are not willing to, but I'm saying it is more likely these individuals to be there in their own families because they have experienced what the third world, living in a third world country is like, and they know how bad it is, and they know the families, they need to, help their families because of the same reason. And once they move to another country, let's say the first world country here in the U.S., they're more likely to succeed because they already know the tough part about life, and they already know how to, now focus on their families.
Well said. Well said. So I want to start winding down a little bit, but we've got Zeldris plays Roblox. I'm gonna assume this is salty sketchy.
Yeah.
How you doing? How you doing?
Pretty good. One thing I would like to, I agree with Positile. Like, if you, depending on how you were raised, could very well depend on the kind of person you grow into becoming. Because if you look at the statistics, people who are in single-parent households tend to are the least successful now.
Right.
Dude, can you check your mic? You're roboting really bad.
You.
It's really difficult to hear you.
One sec.
Move a little closer.
But yeah, we
hey, I was just gonna say I agree. I've long said that the Hispanic families that are and you're gonna hate this, IJ, that are religious, that have a father and mother, have a strong family structure, are going to be very beneficial to the United States.
Well, I completely agree, which is bringing it full circle with the channel, which is why I'm so gung ho about getting the religious aspect of that decoupled from that people of different religions or no religion can have that type of value instilled culturally by virtue of just being an American. Well, that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah,
but yeah, I do want to start winding things down. We are going to do we're going to start watching Game of Thrones in the Discord.
I'm coming.
Well, Jesus, I'm going to bow out because I haven't ate supper yet. I'm going to go fix myself something to eat. But I'll meet you in the Discord, man. We'll watch some Game of Thrones.
Awesome. So before you run, I'll give you the floor. Shout out to your channel, your social media, anything like that. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My channel is Bullets for Teeth. I'd like to thank everybody for letting me and Jesus for letting me to come up here and speak with you and share my MGTOW wisdom with you. As I always say, as my sign off, to thine own self be true, because no one else will. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time.
Awesome.
Thank you,
brother. And
Later,
I'll see you in Discord shortly. All right. So I think Trey came up second, right? Trey, any closing thoughts for the people?
I think what you're doing is great.
Thank you.
I legitimately do. Just the fact that you allow us to have open discussions, and the fact that 5 men can basically come up here and have a real chat about real world experiences and actually understand each other, I think it's way more helpful and way more positive to whatever this community is or whatever it wants to be. So I actually, like, I'm in the Discord, so I'll be reaching out to you more because I want to learn more on how to actually do this better, because like I think what you got is great, and I think what you got is gonna blow up, and you got what it takes, man. So I'm tuned in, and I'm gonna watch Game of Thrones with y'all while I play Madden. So I'll see y'all in a little bit.
All right. Well, thank you so much for those kind words, man. I really appreciate that. And tell your friends. Tell your friends.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. And again, everybody check out the On the Cool podcast. It'll be coming real soon.
Awesome. And when you get a link, we will drop it. All right, brother. Have a good one. Indie Film, you're up, brother.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to say that I think you're going to blow up too, and not in a bad way.
You want to put money on that?
I will put some money on that. And remember, no matter where you go, there you are.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, man. Are you gonna be watching Game of Thrones with us?
I don't have Discord. Do I have to have HBO to do that? I don't understand. I don't have HBO.
Nah, bro.
Am I rich?
Discord is basically just a big chat room. So go down in the description. You can do it from your phone, and you could. It's basically what we're doing right now. We'll be able to do it.
So you're streaming Game of Thrones over Discord.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think there's some people at HBO might be upset about that.
Well, it's not going. It's internal. It's not online. Okay. So it's just us. And then most of it is text channel. So we have like the main channel. We're talking like, hey, what's everybody up to today? What did you think about this? You could promote your books, other stuff on the promo channel. So yeah, check it out, and we'll be doing that shortly.
Nice. All right. Peace.
All right. See you over there. My good friend Positive.
Yo. All right, just final message for all the men out there who are listening. Stop giving fucking excuses. I'm sorry for the bad words, but I need to provide the bad words. Stop giving fucking excuses. Just try, and you're going to fail. And I know it's easy to say, but if you always have this idea that you're the victim from society, then you're lying to yourself, because we're all victims. But there's some victims that already accepted to be victims, and they're trying, and they're not giving up, And yeah, there's some that will fail, but if you give up right away, then you're gonna fail faster than the people who are not giving up. So just don't give excuses. It can be political excuses, religious excuses, race excuses, anything. There's no reason to give excuses in life. Just try it. Just don't give up.
Beautifully said, brother. Beautifully said. I think too many of us are too easy to give excuses, and it's become too easy to navigate life just making excuses and not living your authentic self and all of that stuff. So definitely a strong message. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. If you're in the Discord, then I will see you over there.
Man, I would love to join. But I need to take a shower, But I might be there, I might be there.
Just join, shower, and then join after. You will be in there.
Or
the
while
party always rages on. But again, thank you so much. I always appreciate you're the only. I don't know what is good, but you are the only person from Twitch that comes on this channel. I don't know why my channel is not making headway on Twitch, but you're here, and that is good enough for me.
And by the way, it was funny because I found you after watching a Jordan Peterson video, and I joined Twitch because I want to have a debate about something. And then, poof, out of nowhere, I see IndianJesus, And I, it was funny because I was going to have a debate from you that, religious debate, because I thought you believe in religion, or something like that, you were part of that.
Yeah.
But it was the opposite, and, I love that I found you, and I say here. I love it, man.
Well, I'm very, very, very glad. And to you or anybody else, if you guys have a specific topic that you want to talk about, either, just like one-on-one, or you want to be on the, it'll be me and you, and we kind of do a show. I'm open. This is like I've said, this is just as much about you guys as it is about me. So, worst thing that you could possibly do is, hit me, do you think we could do this? And you're like, no, that wouldn't really work for the channel. That's the worst thing that will happen. So feel free to suggest this, that, the other, and I want to give you guys what it is that you want anyway. So let me know. Let me know. Thank you again, Positile.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm hoping to see you over there.
No. Yes. No, yeah. Yes. Oh, maybe while
well, I won't.
yeah.
I won't take it personally if I don't see you, but I very much hope that I will see you over there. Thank you again for coming up, and you have a great night.
All right, man. You too. Thank you.
All right. So, those of you who are, here more than just those of you who have been here before know that this isn't a very this isn't typically how I do streams. Usually we have a set topic and we talk about what we talk about, and that's it. But that's very limiting. That's very limiting. There's there's things that I want to talk about that you guys will be interested in, and there's things that I want to talk about that you guys are interested in, but you're just kind of listening. You don't have much to say, and I'm working on figuring out that balance of things that we're all interested in and we all want to talk about. I very much want to be able to provide you guys with just videos that you like, but selfishly, I don't want to just sit here and talk to myself. And it's not up to you guys to be interested in what I'm saying. It's up to me to make you interested. So that's I'm trying something a little different, trying going off schedule. Usually we're Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, which that will continue. So I will be here tomorrow at 8. But I just wanted to try something a little different, and seems to have worked out pretty well. So we got a couple more comments here. Vomit says something. Are you trying to get me in trouble? Okay. And no freedom says one can never learn the world by themselves because of our short lifespan. However, learning oneself and passing down wisdom is a step forward into the endless abyss of truth. We'll take care. Very well said. Very well said, brother. I can appreciate how you're saying that, passing down wisdom is and the abyss of truth. A lot of people think about, just generally when it comes to like nihilism and thinking like, oh, there's no purpose to, there's no grand purpose to life. And people think about that as a negative thing. But it's not. Nothing could be more beautiful and glorious than for us to be born pure. We are born without any, certainly born without any sin, but we're not born with any inherent duties or anything like that. Your life is what you decide. Your life is whatever you decide. And that's a beautiful thing. I think if more people understood that because your life has no inherent meaning, that you get to choose the meaning, they might be a little bit more open to the idea. And because they're not open to the idea, people go in all these different directions and do all these mental gymnastics to think that, oh, God works in mysterious ways and this, that, da. Maybe. Or maybe you're just here. And soon you won't be. And between now and then, just have fun. Be a good person. That's it. Ain't much to it. Just don't DBAA. Don't be an asshole. And I think that's the grand message of not just this stream, but this whole channel. I think if people will just be a little bit less of an asshole, not even not being an asshole, just less of an asshole, we will definitely have a better world. So I really appreciate you guys hanging out. I appreciate you guys being in the chat, coming up on the panel, sharing your stories with me. All of that stuff really means a lot to me. And that's exactly what I wanted when I started this channel. Well, not when I started this channel, but when I changed to the Indian Jesus. This was directly in my in my my purview for what I wanted, and you guys are helping me make my dream come true. So thank you very much. The party rages on. The party rages on in Discord. The link is in the description. You just have to have a phone number. And I just saw Indie Film just join, and we're about to watch Game of Thrones. So here, let me get the link for you. Positile. Invite, copy, and boom. So it is in the chat on Twitch and YouTube. So you have no excuses. It's there. Also in the description, along running across the bottom of the screen here, we've got some support links. Channel is not monetized yet, and work is really slow. I would really appreciate it if you guys could send me a little something here or there. I would really appreciate that. But you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. It's completely free. This whole thing is free. All you got to do is sit here and enjoy yourself. It's free to watch. It's free to like the video. It's free to comment. It's free to subscribe. It's free to ring the bell. And it is definitely free to tell all of your friends. But you know what? Even if you don't want to do any of that, that's fine too. The time that you spend here with me is more than enough. And you can just sit at home and think about how great I am and how awesome this channel is. And I will see you guys tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Thank you very much. I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. The Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I hope you guys enjoyed this impromptu party. Back to our regularly scheduled programming tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. Hope to see you guys there. Until then, I am out of here. Peace.